Welcome to Get High on Recovery Virtually. My name is Catherine Daniel, and I'm the Communications Director and Executive Assistant for Road to Recovery. This video entails coffee conversations with board members, tours of our houses, local businesses who support Road to Recovery, and recovery stories. We want to thank those who have sponsored our event and those who have already donated. We're doing a giveaway, so here's how this works. If you donate by scanning the barcode below with your camera, or if you go to the website link listed below and donate, you can get a chance to win a Downtown Lynchburg gift card. That's what it looks like. So make sure to donate for a chance to win. Winners will be drawn and announced after this video, so make sure to donate. We hope you enjoy this event.
Hi, welcome to Roads to Recovery. I'm Sandy Keneal, our founder and CEO. Come on in, we can't wait to show you our beautiful new recovery center. Right this way. This is David Lewis. He's going to talk about what he's doing at Roads to Recovery. And
hey, I'm David Lewis. I'm the program coordinator and men's recovery coach here at Roads to Recovery. I came to Roads to Recovery as a peer, and now I work here as a peer recovery specialist. I help do admissions here, and I help peers find and sustain their own pathway towards recovery.
let's go this way and meet Eddie.
Can I take the mask off for a second? Hi, my name is Eddie. I'm an administrative assistant. I greet the personnel and welcome them to Roads to Recovery.
All right, let's go this way and meet John Hallahan.
Hi, welcome to Roads to Recovery. My name is John Hallahan. I'm a peer here since October 2018. I am now an intern in CPRS training, and Roads has saved my life. Very friendly community here.
All right, would you like to come in and see my office for just a moment? There we go, and of course, Catherine Daniel, who is our wonderful communications director, has the office next to mine. Do you want to take a walk in just for a moment? We'll do your desk, but not your whole office because we're not finished furnishing. All right. And shall we take a peek on the patio? This lovely outdoor space that soon will have picnic tables and a grill so that we'll be able to do peers together having meals and having fun and doing all kinds of recovery supportive activities. This building is almost 6,000 square feet, so we're really excited that we have so much space to be able to do so many more recovery supportive activities in our community. We've created different areas for seating so people can hang out and talk to each other and, again, have recovery supportive conversations. This is our briefing area where we meet every morning to talk about all of the people in our program and how they're doing and what everybody needs to do and attend to each day. We have a kitchen in our new recovery center, which is really exciting so that we, again, can do more recovery supportive social and recreational things. We have a grant from the Greater Lynchburg Community Foundation that is supporting a health and wellness initiative that's going to include cooking, healthy meals, and taking that back to our homes and having our peers be able to cook meals together and be healthy. All right. And now let's meet James McFeely, our senior recovery coach.
Yeah, I'm James McFeely. I'm the senior peer recovery coach. That means I work with a lot of the guys in the program, helping them, find resources, help maintain recovery, and various other things. Let's see, add transportation in. I listen to them when they need to be listened to. Try to give them some direction. So yeah, that's what I do.
Thank you, James. All right, shall we go upstairs? And now we'll go into our office suite area of the upstairs. And there's a bunch of activity going on here. We have the computer lab so that our peers who need to use computers for any reason can just come and avail themselves of the equipment. That is thanks to Genworth. And our first office upstairs, allow me to introduce Brian Mead, our development director.
Hi, I am Brian Mead. I'm the newest staff member here, and excited to be back. I was in the program myself 4 years ago, and it made all the difference in my life, and I just love coming to work each and every day, able to help people. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. And
Hello.
now allow me to introduce Joe Terry, who is a peer recovery specialist and our facilities guy.
Hey, how are you? I'm Joe. I came here 2 years ago, and Roads to Recovery saved my life. They gave me hope. Thank y'all.
All right. And can we barge in on you, Carla?
Hello.
Carla Powell is our family support specialist.
Hello, my name is Carla. I work with the families here to help support them and their loved ones that may be struggling with a substance use disorder. We offer family support services in the form of advocacy, meetings, and also one-on-one support. So this is home for anyone that's looking for someone to go along with them on the journey of recovery.
Thank you, Carla. All right. And the rest of our upstairs includes this lovely hallway that includes a photograph of each one of our recovery residences. And thanks to Catherine, our wonderful communications director, we have this wonderful mural on the wall. And coming around the corner, here's the heart of Roads to Recovery, Mark Boji, our Chief Administrative Officer.
I am the heart with the purple hair. National Recovery Month, purple. Gosh, what do I say? I came here November 2016. Started off in accounts payable. I'm now the Chief Administrative Officer and really just kind of oversee a lot of the goings on of here. And Roads to Recovery has changed my life exponentially. It's transformed me into a person I never knew, or kind of knew was in there, but really brought it out. And I just love this place. It's wonderful to see other lives changing on a daily basis, and to be a part of that is just beyond rewarding. And I'm just really thankful to be here. And I hope you're enjoying the tour. We did a good job. Come in and see us.
All right. We also share space with John Winder, who is a licensed professional counselor in town. And we've known John for many, many years. And he operates his private practice in our center. And in return, he provides therapy for clients who can't afford to pay for therapy. So he's doing pro bono work with us, and we're really grateful for that. And now, Our largest room, which is a multi-purpose room for meetings, for training, our board meets here. When we aren't constrained by COVID, we'll be able to work with about 50 people in this room, doing community workshops and training. But for now, during COVID, it's been really nice to have this space that is a little over 900 square feet so that we can safely distance people. And we have a number of community meetings coming into the building, AA meetings and NA meetings, who have needed a space to meet during this time, and we've been able to safely distance them and allow them to have a space to do meetings. So, and that's what the center is for. We want to have as much recovery happening here as we possibly can, and so we're incredibly grateful to have this wonderful room that can house lots of different activities. We need 10 donors during the next segment, which is Coffee Conversations with Board Members. And then we will draw for a $100 downtown Lynchburg gift card.
So here we are, Julie Barber. Great to see you, of course, and your smile. You've been on our board for how long?
Well, technically I just joined the board, I guess it was in January of this year. But I have been helping out and doing different things for you guys for, I guess it's about 3 years now.
Yes, you have. You've been a big supporter and brought a lot of just different people into the mix, which we really appreciate, seriously.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I work in a large insurance company here in Lynchburg, and one of my big passions is giving back to the community. And I had a friend and coworker a few years ago who approached me about Roads to Recovery because I had a little bit of a background in, in the community and with different, nonprofits and whatnot. So she said, you need to check this place out. And she introduced me to it. I came and did a tour of the houses and just fell in love with the program and what you guys are doing.
What in particular? What about recovery, substance use disorders, co-occurring disorders, made you want to help instead of, helping the humane society or whatever?
Yeah, for me, there's a personal tie. I have family members who have struggled with addiction for years. And, recovery for them is tough because it impacts everything in their life. Their job, their family, emotionally, just having a house sometimes. So what really touched me is that this program is a holistic, help for them. You have center-based counseling and programs. You've got stuff for them to get together for outdoors. You have houses for them to live in and get on their feet again, and you help them find employment. And those are just your basic things that you can't get recovered if you don't have that type of support. And a lot of people don't. They don't have friends and family that can help them along that way.
You're right. There's a lot. It affects everybody. It affects the family. You touched on something really important because we do offer the family support here as well.
Yeah.
And because it impacts everybody. Have you found that people you tell about, you're on the board here at Roads to Recovery, that most people are affected by it in some way, like knowing somebody, a relative, friend?
Yeah. They are. When I first heard about you guys, I said, oh my gosh, this is the biggest kept secret in Lynchburg. I had no clue of all the things that you all do for the community and for the folks that come to you for help. So I just wanted to continue spreading the word. So when I mention it to other people, they start talking about my sister or my cousin or my best friend. If they would have had some kind of a program, it would have really helped them out. And that's actually how I introduced a coworker to the board most recently, because you just start talking about the program and there is no one who isn't impacted by addiction in some way.
Right. How do you explain it to younger people like
Yeah. So for younger people, it's more or less just, talking straight with them about how it would impact them directly. Like, you don't think it's addiction until, hey, you have problems keeping a job, or, your family doesn't want to deal with you anymore. And so for younger people and getting them involved, I think it's more just bringing it to their level and explaining to them, it's not just an older person's issue. It starts when you're young, and those behaviors, and what you don't think is an addiction, you're just partying, having a good time. It can definitely lead into some terrible things.
It grabs a hold of certain people. It really does. It did for me. My whole family, functioned, successful. Their life didn't become a manageable. Me, it just, to control. So when people like you reach out and want to help this organization, or just this, disease, helping with this disease, because it is a disease, I'm just overwhelmed and wowed by it because of people like you helping. It made my recovery possible.
Yeah.
And whether you know that or not, it means the world to us. You probably don't say it enough. You come in for meetings, you help with, our virtual walk, and you help drum up a lot of money for us, and that really impacts people.
And that's great to hear, because that's why I do it. I mean, I don't do it just because, hey, I feel like this is something I need to do. I mean, I personally feel like it's something that, I need to contribute to, because I live in this community. I don't want there to be people who are struggling and who are, having just terrible times, and they don't have help. That's just not a good feeling for them. And so for me, it's important to give back and help in any way I can.
Do you really realize, though, how much you help?
I don't.
You do a lot.
I try to make sure that anything I'm doing, I think through, well, I'm getting rid of this furniture. Is there anyone that can use it? Or I feel like I need to give back to an organization. I need to spend time doing that. And I always think of you guys. That's why you always hear me calling you up or emailing and saying, hey, can you use this? Or do you need help with that?
All that little stuff and bigger stuff makes such an impact on people's lives. And I want you to know that you do make a difference. If you go home and don't really realize it, I came here 4 years ago with nothing, absolutely nothing. A trash bag with clothes. I tell that story all the time. And because of people like you supporting this program, I was able to transform my life with the help and support and guidance of people like you who, don't judge and don't make me feel less than because, I was this, strung out alcoholic and meth addict.
Yeah.
So, I'm talking to you seriously. It means a lot.
And see, that touches me. And that's why I do it. Because, like you said, you came here with a trash bag and nothing. And now look at you. You're interviewing me for a segment on, this Roads to Recovery fundraiser. And that is what it's all about. 4 years may have seemed like eons to you, but 4 years to get recovered and to make the comeback that you did, that's why I do it. Because, everybody needs to have that help, that support, that leg up to say, we're going to get you there. And someone like you has just taken a hold of it, and look what you've done.
It's like giving people a chance.
Yes.
We don't help everybody. Not everybody gets it right away.
That's right.
It took me a long time, but it was a program like this that just offers so much support and help from people who've gone through what I've gone through, or, board members who just have big hearts who just want to help. And it just resonated with me, and it opened my eyes and changed my way of thinking and did transform me. 4 years seems like a long time, but I always explain to people coming in, it's like, if you went to college, 4 years it would take you to get from this point to that point. It takes a while. It took me my whole life, 46 years to get to a point of desperation that, so 4 years doesn't seem like that much when I wasted so much, but it was all a learning process. And everything that happened to me brought me to this chair at this moment in time right now to interview somebody like you.
That's awesome.
And I guess we can finish with, what does recovery mean to you?
For me, recovery is, knowing that you need to change and grasping that, hey, I'm done with that kind of life and I want to do something good for me. And it's using any resource that's available. That's why I love Roads to Recovery. It's all about you. What kind of counseling do you need? How often do you need it? You guys give that to people. Do you need help finding a job? Do you have family support? Well, no, we're going to be here for you. So for me, that's recovery, is acknowledging it, dealing with it. It's not going to go away, but it's using the resources that are there. And since there's so many here, that's why
it's all here. It's all here.
Yeah, it's everything that you could possibly need for recovery. It's here and it's available, and you guys don't turn anybody away. So that is recovery for me, and seeing stories like yours, and maybe not even stories like yours. Maybe somebody's halfway there, or maybe somebody's goal is to just be able to keep employment and be sober for 60 days. That's recovery for me, and I think it's great what you guys do.
Well, thank you. It takes a little ounce of willingness. If you've got just a smidge,
just a little bit,
you can do it, and it's all made possible because of people like you. So I thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I really do.
Well, thanks for what you guys do.
You're welcome.
Hey everybody, my name is Brian Mead. I'm the development director here at Roads to Recovery. I'm at the Westerly House. Y'all are going to get a rare look into our recovery houses. So we're going to take y'all on a quick tour and show y'all around a little bit. So come on in. All right. Right here we've got our living room. This is the area the guys just obviously come out and hang out. We've got a nice little table over here. We just got some new furniture in here. It's something that is really nice, that our community does, is donate their furniture that they no longer use to our program. And this is where it goes. It goes in our houses, and the guys themselves get to use it. So that's one great way that the community helps us out. We have you'll see random refrigerators, different places. That's because we have so many people in the house, we need a lot of refrigerator space. As you can see, we've got some musicians in the Westerly House, and this is some of their equipment. There's actually several people that play instruments living in this house, so that's something that they find really aids their recovery, is to be able to get that, find that outlet. So we definitely encourage that type of stuff. This is something that a lot of people don't really might not understand how this process of one of the accountability factors in the houses, and these are our sign-in sheets. And what they do is every time they go out, they're responsible for signing in and out. And not only is it good so we know where they are, but it's for safety purposes. It's so that everyone always is accounted for. And the guys always do a great job staying on point with this type of stuff. We have meeting logs that are always available to our peers, and even chore sheets and stuff like that. I will take y'all into the kitchen. Nice little kitchen. The guys, usually there's someone in here cooking. The guys we have now, it seems like every time I'm in Westerly, there's somebody cooking eggs. So I think we kind of lucked out that we didn't find that. But yeah, so there's our other fridge. And yeah, we will come back around and show you all the bathrooms and bedrooms. So we'll go downstairs first. Now you're getting a tour, but we can't show guys bedrooms, so I'm sorry about that. But we do have a bath down here. We have the back door. There's 2 bedrooms down here, and our washer and dryer. And this is for the guys. This is just some storage type stuff, all that good stuff. All right, and we will head back up. Like I said, another fridge just out of nowhere. We gotta find places to put them. We will go upstairs. Upstairs we have 3 bedrooms. There's 2 on this side, another one over here. So there's 6 guys up here, then 3 downstairs, then our other bathroom. So. think that's all I can show you today. But we just appreciate you all coming along for this tour. Please be sure to stick around for other segments. And thanks for y'all's support.
My name is Catherine Daniel, and I'm the Director of Communications and the Executive Assistant at Roads to Recovery. And today, for this cooking segment, I'm going to show you how to make apple crisp with only 2 ingredients. So, all you'll need is Pillsbury cinnamon rolls, and you will need the apple pie filling or toppings. So, let's get started. So to start off with, you're going to need a cupcake pan so that you can put the cinnamon rolls in. So what you'll need to do with the cinnamon rolls is to take one of them and pat them out so that they spread apart, and then put them into the cupcake placeholder in the pan. And so then you'll make sure that it fits a line in there and spread it out. So yeah, and that's how you do it with the cinnamon roll piece. So now I'm going to spread the rest of these out and put them in their places. So I'm only going to create 8 of these. So this is what they look like. And now it's time for the apple pie filling or the topping. So to top that off. So now I've put on top the apple filling / topping for the apple crisp on top of the cinnamon rolls. And now I am waiting for the oven to heat up. You will need to set the oven to 375 degrees for this. So waiting for that to heat up. So now that the oven is ready, I'm going to put in my apple crisp and bake them between 14 and 18 minutes. So there we go. So now I'm going to drizzle the apple crisp. As you see, I've already started on some of them. So I'm going to take some of this icing on a spoon that I've heated up in the microwave and just drizzle that on top of the apple crisp, making a little bit of a mess in the pan, but they won't stay in the pan. They'll go into a container. So yeah. Don't those apple crisps look so delicious? I just want to bite into one of those. Letting them cool off for a few minutes since they're still pretty hot, and we'll take a bite and see what they taste like in a few minutes. And so this is the final prediction. We really appreciate everyone watching. We hope that you're enjoying it, and stick around to see more cooking segments, and as well as all the other segments that we're having. As in below in the corner, there's a QR code. Make sure to scan that with your camera and donate to us today so that we can raise some money to help our recovery community. So stick around.
Hello, my name is Joe, the facilities coordinator here at Roads to Recovery, and I guess I'm going to tell you how I got here. My relationship with drugs and alcohol started around the time I was between 11 and 13. I was a regular pot smoker, and I was pretty much a weekend warrior drinking. That was just fun and games with friends until I wanted a better buzz, and that's when I started huffing butane and taking pills and such. And then in high school, it progressed into LSD and experimenting with cocaine and such. That's when I first lost my driver's license. When I was 16, I would spend most of my money on pot and LSD, so I ended up stealing gas. And I lost my license for a year there. And when I got my license back, I had already started drinking heavily by then. And I managed to get 3 DUIs before I was 21. They had asked me to drop out of high school because I was hardly ever there, and when I was there, I was just catching up on sleep for being a nuisance. So I turned 21 in jail off of 3 DUIs and a cocaine charge, but that really wasn't enough to stop me. I was bouncing from couch to couch and from job to job, even though I was pretty good at what I did. I took that in school, masonry, but I still couldn't hold down a job. I ended up hooking up with my high school sweetheart again, moving in with her just for a steady place to stay. And we decided to get a house together, and I was taking care or helping her raise her 2 children. And that made me feel like I had some kind of adulting going on, you know. I felt like some kind of a man helping my ex-wife and raise her children and having a home. My father started a business, and after about a year, he made me a partner in that. And that was pretty much the only job that I had never lost. I was able to hold on to that. Of course, he would fire me about once a month, and I would quit about once a month. But being that we were family and partners, I was able to maintain that job for 13 or so years. My relationship with my ex-wife was pretty toxic. You know, I abused her physically, mentally, spiritually. I stole from her, and I would stay gone for days. And she tried everything she could to help me change. I tried detox with her probably about 5 times, and she wasn't a drinker or a drug user at all. For some reason, I couldn't manage to pull it together with her, and I realized now that's probably because I'd never had support. I never worked any kind of program. I didn't know how to live any other kind of way. This is who I thought I was supposed to be. I thought that I was supposed to be a high drunk person. That's the only way that I'd ever felt comfortable. Even the times that I came through detox and thought that I was sober, living in the house with her and my kids, I was always relying on pot and pills, and that always led me back into drinking and harder drugs again. And that's what always caused the abuse and neglect towards my family. So I moved out of the house. It was very toxic living there, and I realized this, and I went back to sleeping. Stayed at my dad's house for a little while, and then I stayed in my grandmother's basement. My dad and I ended up folding our company. I tried starting one of my own and ended up sleeping on the floor of some vacant apartments I was supposed to be remodeling. I ended up going to detox there for a little while. When I got out, I wasn't allowed to live at my grandmother's anymore, and that business was pretty much shot. So I ended up getting the money from what was left of the apartments I was remodeling and living in a boarding house for a little bit. That probably took about 2 years before I was kicked out of there, and I was sleeping on the side porch of the abandoned house next to the boarding house I was living in, and that began my homelessness. I was out there on the street homeless for 2 years. I ended up living in 5 different bandos out there, having seizures. I had my teeth knocked out, staples stomped into the back of my head while I was passed out in the alley. I was waking up either in the hospital or jail at least twice a week for the 2 years I was out there. And like I said, I was having seizures. One of the last times I was hospitalized, they had done CAT scans on me and told me that I had progressive irreversible brain damage, and gave me basically 5 years to live. I didn't believe them. This wasn't the only time that I'd ripped out all the IVs and stickers off of my chest and tried to leave the hospital, but this time I didn't manage to get very far. 3 times I tried to get out of there and collapsed, and they carried me back to my bed until they released me in the scrubs because they cut all my clothes or something off of me and thrown them away. But when they released me in my scrubs, I walked right back to the same stomping grounds where I'd panhandled money every day and got drunk again. And I continued to stay out there and have seizures with my brain damage because I believed it was the heat that was causing me to have seizures and fall to the ground. Anyway, one day, one of my friends out there suggested detox, and I kind of laughed that off, knowing that I'd tried it several times. It had never worked out for me before, but he suggested that I take a break. And so I did. I went to the emergency room. I stayed in the Roanoke Memorial Detox for 5 days. And that little bit of nourishment, a safe place to sleep, and food in my stomach had me feeling a little better. So I decided to stay a little bit longer. It was the 4th of July around that weekend, so it was really hot out there, and I didn't want to go back out. They eventually found me in bed at Blue Ridge. I stayed at Blue Ridge for the 2 weeks they let me, until I found a pamphlet with the Roads to Recovery house, one of their houses on it, and I figured I would give living sober a little bit longer of a shot. I wasn't sure that I was going to live a sober life. I just knew that I needed some kind of change for a little while to get my feet under me. And then I came to the house that I saw in the pamphlet, and I met some guys in there that really kind of held my hand through the beginning. They were taking me to meetings, and they helped me get food, and basically just kept me there long enough to want to be there. And honestly, the longer I stayed, the more I appreciated sobriety and realized that I could actually live a sober life comfortably. And it was kind of strange, but it feels right now. Honestly, I know this is who I was meant to be, and it's a life worth living. I'm very grateful to be here, sober, living a life worthwhile, having a job with a purpose that I get to every day. I don't make excuses to stay home anymore. And I'm appreciated and respected where I am now, and I'm not sure that I'd ever had that before in my life. I have genuine love for the people that I'm around, and I'm not trying to use them anymore. I guess basically that's the cliff notes of my story. Thanks.
Welcome to this segment of Coffee Conversations with our board. My name is Brian Mead. I'm the Development Director here at Rhodes. For this coffee conversation, I have our board member Luke Malloy with us. First of all, Luke, could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for having me. I am an attorney at a law firm here in Lynchburg, Petty Livingston, Dawson, and Richards. I have been with the firm since November 2019. Our firm handles a variety of different specialties in the legal field, but specifically I'm on the litigation team, which entails anything that requires a court appearance, which even within that category is a broad range of matters. And we also specialize in employment law. So that's currently what I do.
Oh, great. So how long have you been a member of our board?
I have been with the board since January of this year, so
Okay.
fairly new to the board.
Great. Well, I'm the newest staff member, so I think we have a couple more that might be newer than you on board, but I'm glad to have you. Why did you decide to join our board of directors? And was there something specifically about this organization? So in other words, were you seeking out to become a board member of?
Right. No, it didn't exactly go that way. I was another board member approached an attorney in our office who serves on the boards of many nonprofits in the area, and given his restraints, he suggested that that I joined, not only because I was the new guy with the firm, but also because of my prior experience. I actually began my legal career in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm from the area. I'm from Amherst County originally. However, I went to law school and practiced in Charleston, South Carolina for about 10 years. And my first job at a law school was with the Charleston County Public Defender's Office, which was certainly a different practice than I am with now. That was solely criminal defense and a point of representation for those charged with crimes who cannot afford an attorney or who qualifies indigent. And by virtue of that, the majority of my clients during that time suffered from some type of drug addiction, mental illness, or combination of the two. So it was a recurring issue that you had among clients in that type of practice. And in terms of navigating the system and trying to help your clients and represent your clients in the best way possible, that involved oftentimes going to trial and contesting charges was not the best way to go. It was not a viable option. And it was from a defense attorney's perspective, as you're trying to navigate through the system, get the best results for your client, you can say, hey, let's go look at plan B. And that would involve trying to understand what the issues were that put the client in the situation to begin with. How did you get charged with a crime? How did you develop this record that's got you facing, significant prison time? And the underlying issues, like I said, were usually mental health, substance abuse, or some combination of the two. And by virtue of that, when you can identify the issues that the client was facing, then it was, well, how can we fix this problem? Or what is an alternative that we can achieve, an alternative to prison? And that would involve, rehab or some type of rehabilitation or, some type of service that was designed to, steer people away from drugs and alcohol or whatever ailments they had that put them in the situation that they were in. And as a defense attorney approaching this was, this was twofold. It's one thing when you have a client who is, doing well, was having some issues and is in rehab or in a program and has managed to get clean, that would give me an option to present to the court, to the prosecutor as an alternative to prison time for this person. It was kind of like a selling point when you do go to court. But on the front end, once I was able to identify programs and organizations that had worked for my clients in the past, I could kind of sell that to the clients on the front end when I was first coming into the picture or coming into their lives. And I say, hey man, let's give this a try. You just see how you like it. Obviously there's an issue here. Let's use your time wisely now before we go to court. And I would have the information within our office to give to the clients as resources that they can take advantage of, whether they're incarcerated or not, that they could use to try to get help for obvious reasons, to try so they can try to get clean and kind of get on the right track, but also in context of results, to try to get the best results possible when as a resolution to their case, as opposed to significant prison sentences, which most of my clients were facing.
Awesome. So you had a background in substance use disorders and behavioral health, and so
So
your colleague thought maybe you'd fit in on our board. So
exactly, it kind of worked out. Just the timing with it. I was the new guy, but it just happened to be that I had this prior experience with organizations similar to Roads to Recovery. But and honestly, I wish we had an organization like this in the jurisdiction that I was practicing. I can think of there was one other organization I would consider to be comparable, but nothing that is as comprehensive in terms of the services offered here and just the quality of the services that are offered here.
Great. So, what do you love most about being on Roads to Recovery Board? What's your favorite aspect of being a part of this organization?
Well, as I said, I'm fairly new to the organization, and with COVID, obviously, that has kind of made a lot of the orientation and the events that I know Sandy had planned for us not possible. Yeah. But this is actually the first board I've ever been a part of, nonprofit or otherwise, and it just seems like there's just a good atmosphere here. It seems like the organization's got a lot of momentum. It seems like Sandy and everyone else has just doing a good job of growing the organization. Obviously, this facility that we're in right now is amazing. I think I was only at the old facility once. Okay. But I've been very impressed with what is taking place here. But I mean, just my interaction with the other board members have been great. I mean, that's sort of been with COVID. My interactions with the organization have sort of been limited to the board, but it's such a good board, and there's so many good quality people on the board that has been a good experience for me, reaching out and making connections through that.
Yeah, definitely. Just my short time here, I did a lot of research when I came in about what a good board looks like and aspects of good board members and everything like that. Just my short time and my little bit of interaction between Zoom meetings and stuff, it just seems like the board here is just top notch. So thank you for being a part of that. Last question is, a lot of times we ask ourselves and ask the peers that are in the program, what does recovery mean to them? Or along the same lines, what does our mission, why is our mission meaningful to you?
I'd say, just to sum it up, just giving people a fresh start who are, obviously in a bad position, and helping them to get back on the right track. And I've witnessed that many times, representing people that were dealing with substance abuse, to see the transition from where they would be when I would first come into their lives, whether they be incarcerated or they were walking into my office, just the obvious just visual aspect of it, seeing how someone can go where they are, visually battling an addiction to the point where if they are able to get clean, get back into school or get back into the workforce, the difference there. So seeing someone who's able to recover and able to get clean, to me, was always a very fulfilling experience as a public defender. However, it's a way for me to continue to see that and be a part of an organization that has that as its goal.
Yeah, that transformation is always very something to see, that's for sure. Well, thank you, Luke. Thanks for coming in today and joining us. Stick around, everybody, and watch our next segment, please.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, we need 10 more donors during this next segment of Roads to Recovery house tours. And then we will draw for a $100 downtown Lynchburg gift card. To donate, use your phone's camera and scan the QR code below on this video, on your screen, or use the link at the bottom of the page, or go to our Facebook page.
Hey everybody, my name is Brian Mead. I'm the Development Director at Roads to Recovery. Today we're going to take a look at the Norfolk House. So I'd like y'all to come on in. Y'all are getting a rare glimpse at our houses, and we're doing these virtual tours so y'all can just get a better feeling for what these houses are like for our men and women in the program. This is our Norfolk House. This is what we call a step-up house. This house was for peers that were in our program for a period of time. They're ready to move on, but they weren't quite ready to get out and go off on their own. So what we did was we were able to
Signs of Style opened over on Rivermont Avenue back in May. We moved from a booth rental position to a full service salon, and our hours of operation are 10 to 6 Monday through Friday, and Saturdays we're 9 to 5. We're closed on Thursdays and Sundays. We offer services from extensions to hair color, and of course just your simple haircuts and all that good stuff. Roads to Recovery is an awesome organization to begin with. I have lots of friends and family that are either in need of recovery or have been in the recovery program for a long time, and I think that Roads to Recovery does a wonderful job getting people back on their feet, and I wanted to be a part of helping people get back on their feet. Recovery means that sick people are getting better and they're becoming productive members of society and being able to love again.
Lauren, how would you like to see your business growing over the next 1 to 3 years?
So over the next year or so, I would like to continue to fill my booths. I currently have a couple of booths still available for rent. My 3-year goal, I think, would be to go ahead and open another salon in the area. My goal with having a salon or two in the area is that I'm able to offer some of the cheapest booth rent or for individuals that are in the cosmetology world. I think that it's important for people to be able to start out and to work their way up and make their own money. And there's no reason for me to price gouge anybody. I think that being able to afford to be on your own is super important. So having another salon would be my 3-year goal.
You really support women in business, don't you?
I absolutely do. I think that it's important. And not just women, I support small business owners. I think that small business is important, and anybody who rents a chair is their own small business. And I think that that's really important to be able to lend a helping hand, to be able to guide them in the right direction as far as what they should be doing with their business. Having a degree in business has been super helpful to helping other people who come in to rent a booth, guiding them in what they should be doing as far as marketing, what business tactics they should use, how they should pay themselves, things like that. Knowing a little bit about that is important, and I just want to be able to help other people do the same thing that I do.
All right. So, Goldie, thank you so much for coming in and talking to us. And
my pleasure.
I think you already know that as part of our celebration of National Recovery Month, we're talking to some folks who have just come into our program, some folks who have been here for a while, and some folks who have finished our program and moved on with their lives. And since you recently did that, we really thought it would be neat if you would talk to us a little bit about, what it was like for you, and from your perspective now, what has Roads to Recovery meant to you?
Well, for me, Roads to Recovery was a support network that I didn't have. My parents, my grandparents, aunts, and uncles are all deceased, and they were my backbone. Even though I didn't allow them to be my backbone, they were. And I decided that I didn't want to use them. I knew I needed some place to be where I could get support in what I was doing. Being up in age and having a grown child, I really didn't have any, how would you say, any things to keep me responsible. Roads helped me to be responsible. Take a look at the things I was doing in the past and how I'm doing them now. I'm very grateful to Roads. It's a support system. When I came in, I was just tired. But even those for coming in, I've seen people come and go, but I've seen people stay as well as me. And that's what made me stay at Roads, even though I was ready. Very much so.
How long did you stay with us?
8 months. 8 months, and it was the best 8 months. You know, we had our little. It wasn't roads. It was just people that we came in contact with. It wasn't ready. It really weren't. You know, it was because of the judge, because of the family, this and that and other. You really have to have the mindset that you want to do something different, totally. And it's about changing everything. I was willing to change everything, finally. And it was good for me.
What were some of the specific things about being in this program that were helpful?
Knowing that if I had a problem or issue, I can pick up the phone and call the office and talk to somebody. I'm trying to still fighting to get back my rights, civil rights to vote and all of that. And Rose is still helping me with that. Mark helped me with that. And my driver's license, you know, I've done go through all the protocol, paid all the money, and I still can't get it because DMV is not open for testing in Lynchburg and surrounding areas. So, the one thing about this is for everything has a reason. So I have to still, even today, be patient and wait. You know.
How could we have been better? How could we have been more helpful?
I don't know. Like I said, I got all the help that I needed. I got connected through going to meetings and being able to go to meetings. I got connected to other people that are doing something different with their life. You know, Rose helped with that. I used to walk to the meetings because it was close. And it's healthy for you. But I don't know what more you could have done. I really don't. Not for me.
What advice might you give to women coming into the program now?
If you're coming in, just give yourself a break, man. Just check it out. Lay back. See what you really want. You got to soul search. You really do. I suggest you don't waste anybody's time, not even your own. You know, if you're not done, finish getting done. But if you're done, this is the place to be. Roads is dynamic, you know, and it's not like it's no nonsense, but they breathe them room to be a better person. You know, breathing room. We have to learn our own selves, you know, and then share with others. But can't keep it if you don't give it away.
Did it feel like a safe space for you?
Oh, sure. I didn't really want to leave, but I knew I had to move on. My family wanted me to live with them, and that's where I'm at right now. I need to get my own place because they just felt like, oh, you need to save some money and get your own place and come and stay with us. We can do this, that. And it took me a while to leave, but I had to make it up here and here, you know, in my heart. But it's good. It's working out.
We're just so glad you're part of our family, and you know, I keep saying I hope that you'll stay connected with us forever.
Yeah. I feel like it is my family. I came in feeling like I was finally home. You know, people that understood me. Being understood, what I went through, and I couldn't have gotten any more warm feelings than what I did. You know, with it's gonna be okay. That's just how I felt. And it was okay, and it's still okay today. You know, I'm grateful. I can't give you guys enough props as far as that. And that I'm able to see my mistakes, learn from them, and move on. And that's the key, to move on, press forward.
Cool. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
And then Rose is opening up so much. I mean, they're doing so much with the people. with the community too, because we used to go and help Peaks View and go to the Humane Society, and all of that stuff was significant for me. If I've never been willing to go help who, it's just about helping Goldie, and it's different. It's such a different feeling, such a good feeling that you can give back. You can really give back today. And it makes me feel good inside. It makes me feel like I have a sense of purpose in life today. You know, and then I'm going somewhere. And my daughter, my granddaughter, they're so happy with me. My sister, they just, oh, you've changed and we got to celebrate. I said, no celebrations, please. Let's just do this thing one day at a time. Now I got them saying that. One day at a time, sometimes minute by minute, right, Gigi? That's my granddaughter calling me Gigi. Yeah, I said, yeah, that's how you got to do it. No matter what. No matter what. You just got to keep a cool head and carry on, you know.
Yeah, those slogans can work for everybody.
No, unfortunately, and that's unfortunate, you know, if they're going to give it a chance. Just give it that moment, you know, and then take it from there. The moments turn into days, hours, days. I mean, the next thing you know, you got 6 months, 9 months, a year, and then you carry on. So I'm very grateful and never could show my gratitude. But anytime you guys need me, just call me. I'm a phone call away.
We're grateful to know you and glad that you're part of our family.
I'm grateful to be a part of the family.
Hello, good evening. My name is Alice, and today I'm going to be making some vegetables and salmon, and I hope that the instructions are simple enough for people to follow. And I'm using ingredients that are very easy to find. You know, they're accessible, so you don't have to necessarily get something else. You can use what you have in your house to make something delicious. So I'm going to turn the camera off of me and to the food. So here I have my broccoli. I'm going to be making salmon broccoli, and I like my broccoli toasted. It makes all of the difference. It is crunchy at the end, and it's just, you know, it's to die for. So I'm gonna put half of these in here. These are steamed ones, but I'm mixing both. Like I said, this is exactly what I have in my house. So I'm not necessarily buying anything. It's just using what I got and making it work. So I'm gonna add some more, and this is my broccoli. Now I'm gonna go ahead and season my broccoli using Goya adobo. It is so good, you know. There's no need for us to have food that are bland, you know, and all. So just lightly season it with adobo, and I'm gonna add a pinch of salt to it, just a little bit, just to sprinkle on. You don't have to add salt at all, but I'm gonna do it, just a little bit of salt on this. And then I'm gonna follow up with some hot sauce. I'm gonna use the chili habanero. You can skip this part, but for our food to have a kick, I think that, you know, we should add some seasoning to it. And I'm gonna go. It makes it the more delicious. I know a lot of people don't like their vegetables, even adults, but you know, it depends on how we make it. Our food does not have to be boring. And then I'm finally gonna add some extra virgin olive oil to give it a boost. And so I am gonna sprinkle just a general sum of it on here, and so that some of them get onto our cooking pan. And now the next thing I'm gonna do is gently massage all of this together before popping it into the oven. So I'm gonna go, you know, make sure that it gets everywhere. I'm gonna go rock like that, keep going, make sure it gets onto everything. You know, and remember to wash your hands when you're done, because you're just touching hot sauce and you don't want to, you know, put that in your face. We scratch our face all the time and it's not good. So this is me gently giving all of my broccoli some love. making sure that they all get the special treatment. You know, they're all shiny and glisten, and yeah, it looks good. Now I'm gonna pop this into the oven. First up, I'm gonna rinse my hands before I do that. And I'm gonna take this. I already preheat my oven to 350. It's on, so I'm gonna pop this in here for it to cook. I'm gonna come back and look at this in 5 to 10 minutes. I like it to have a little bit of crust, so we'll see how it turns out. So here I have my broccoli. I'm going to be making salmon broccoli, and I like my broccoli toasted. It makes all of the difference. It is crunchy at the end, and it's just, you know, it's to die for. So I'm gonna put half of these in here. These are steamed ones, but I'm mixing both. Like I said, this is exactly what I have in my house, so I'm not necessarily buying anything. It's just using what I got and making it work. So I'm gonna add some more, and this is my broccoli. Now I'm gonna go ahead and season my broccoli using Goya adobo. It is so good. You know, there's no need for us to have food that are bland, you know, and all. So just lightly season it with adobo, and I'm gonna add a pinch of salt to it, just a little bit, just to sprinkle on. You don't have to add salt at all, but I'm gonna do it, just a little bit of salt on this. And then I'm gonna follow up with some hot sauce. I'm gonna use the chili habanero. You can skip this part, but for our food to have a kick, I think that, you know, we should add some seasoning to it. And I'm gonna go. It makes it the more delicious. I know a lot of people don't like their vegetables, even adults, but you know, it depends on how we make it. Our food does not have to be boring. And then I'm finally gonna add some extra virgin olive oil to give it a boost. And so I am gonna sprinkle just a general sum of it on here, and so that some of them get onto our cooking pan. And now the next thing I'm gonna do is gently massage all of this together before popping it into the oven. So I'm gonna go, you know, make sure that it gets everywhere. I'm gonna go rub like that, keep going, make sure it gets onto everything. You know, and remember to wash your hands when you're done, because you're just touching hot sauce and you don't want to, you know, put that in your face. We scratch our face all the time and it's not good. So this is me gently giving all of my broccoli some love, making sure that they all get the special treatment. You know, they're all shiny and glisten, and yeah, it looks good. Now I'm gonna pop this into the oven. First up, I'm gonna rinse my hands before I do that. And I'm gonna take this. I already preheat my oven to 350. It's on, so I'm gonna pop this in here for it to cook. I'm gonna come back and look at this in 5 to 10 minutes. I like it to have a little bit of crust, so we'll see how it turns out. Okay, we're trying to you know, get our salmon prepped, and this is how I do it. I think that it's very good when we take our time to actually marinate not just our fish, but chicken, whatever that we cook that's a meat product, so that the ingredients stick to the food. So what I'm gonna do while my broccoli is in the oven getting roasted is I'm going to add a ton of seasoning. It amplifies the taste of the salmon. It comes together so nicely. You will I don't know how to explain it. It'd be good. It'd be delicious. So again, like I said, you don't have to buy a lot of stuff. You use what you have in your house to make it work, you know. And so I'm gonna go again with my adobo trusted and tested, and I'm gonna liberally put some of them on here. since I'm going in with a lot, I will start off slow. So when I do that, I don't just let it sit, I massage it into my salmon. It's very cold right now. So I massage it into my salmon. I'm sorry that I wasn't showing my hands. I massage it like that, just really softly. I turn it over, and I do the same thing to it. I go and apply some more. This is the best part. You know, a lot of people like their salmon without skin. That's boring. So I go ahead and I give it some love, and I turn it back over. And then the next step is to add the other ingredients. Let's see how I multitask this. Okay, I'm gonna go in with my Italian style ab and give it some rub. You can use any old spice that you have at home. I like to use Italian because it's good, you know. It gives it a bougie flavor, like you're eating something super expensive. And I'm going to do the same thing I did with my adobo. I'm going to give it some good old loving and let it sit and do that and do that and do that. And next I'm going to go in with, I'm going to go in with my Creole seasoning. This is good for fish. You know, that fishy smell that you get, it kills it. It kills it in the strap. So I'm going to put some. See, I'm more liberal with this one because this is actually meant for fish seasoning. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go and give it some loving and, you know, rub it all over so that they all feel it. And then I'm going to add some lemon ginger spice mixture, which is really good. And that is this right here. I'm going to pop it open. I know it's messy because I'm recording with one hand and doing this. I'm going to clean all of this later before I put it back in the stall. So I'm going to go and give it just a little bit. Do the same thing again. Massage, massage, massage. And I'm going to go in and add my cayenne pepper for a little bit of a kick, because yes, I like my food spicy. I like to eat things that are spicy. You know, it makes it all the more delicious. So I'm gonna go in with my spice. Now you don't have to put cayenne pepper on your thing. It depends on your palate. My palate can handle the hottest pepper. I can handle ghost pepper if it comes to it. So it doesn't matter. So see, it's all coated. It's looking so beautiful. It's looking so gorgeous. And I know it's going to taste amazing. I can already tell. And I'm going to go in with my salt. So I'm going to add a little bit of salt. I'm going to wipe my hands on just a little so I don't... I'm going to go in with a little bit of salt, but I'm going to be very careful because I don't have a measurement spoon. So just be very careful not to go just... enough. That's enough. Just a little bit. Let's see. All right. I have that in. I'm gonna pat, 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 as I did before. Pat, 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 pat. Make sure they're all getting the love that they deserve. Okay. You know, rinse my hands off again. Now it's time to flip it over. I'm gonna flip it over just to give it some of the love that I gave the other ingredients. Rinse my hands off again with a spice. And then come here, you know, just a little bit, so it stays. A little bit of that. A little bit of my Creole mix in it. I'm not going to add salt to it because the skin already has a lot of salt, but I'm going to go in with my cayenne pepper. Always. And then I'm going to do the same thing I did. Give it some good old love. Give it some good old love. Now, this is the best part. The best part is the oil. I'm going to go in with my olive oil and rub on it, not just on the foil paper, but on this itself. Rubbing it so it really roasts and also doesn't stick, because we have a lot of spices underneath it. And I'm going to give it a turn. Hopefully stay. I'm going to turn it over. Then I'm going to put some of this on here. Just a little bit more. And yep. Coming together. And I'm going to rub on it. Rub. Just a minute. The side, make sure you're getting everywhere. It looks good already. And then the final thing to my salmon is my butter. Oh, I know a lot of people may not think it's a good idea, but you have to taste it to know. When I'm done with marinating all of this, I add a trickle of butter on just the surface of it, not the back, not the skin, on the salmon itself. And you know, it takes the taste at the roof. And so I'm gonna pause this video and add some butter on it and then come back. All right, I'm going to, this is not half a stick of butter, it's just kind of like a quarter. And I'm going to melt it in my microwave and then sprinkle it on top of my salmon. So who is the lucky person? We're gonna have this, put it in here, put it on, gonna do one and then see how it comes out. Let's see. All right. Hopefully it's all melted. No, it's not. I'm gonna put it back and let it go all expressed and have it really melt this time. Be patient, Alice. I'm gonna be patient with it and let it melt. Keep on turning over, keep on churning, and the thoughts inside my head keep going round and round and round and round and round. A little music for the soul. All right, I think we're good now. I'm gonna take this out. That was hot, so you may want to have a, you know, a cloth to help you with that. That was hot. Let's see if I can do it with my hands. Oh, I can't. Well, I'm not going to do that. I am not tough like my mother. She could hold the hottest things with her palm and it wouldn't do anything. Okay, I'm going to take this and I'm going to sprinkle on it like that. Like that. See how it does that? Yeah. I'm gonna do that. Put my hand down. You know, rinse my hand off. And again, make sure it gets everywhere. You know, we want an equal amount of everything. We want the taste to make sense at every point and every bite. So we're good. Right now we're good. So I'm going to cover this up with foil so it sits and soaks in all of the ingredients before I put it in the oven. All right, I'm going to, this is not half a stick of butter, it's just kind of like a water. And I'm going to melt it in my microwave and then sprinkle it on top of my salmon. So who is the lucky person? We're gonna have this, put it in here, put it on. Gonna do one and then see how it comes out. Let's see. All right. Hopefully it's all melted. No, it's not. I'm gonna put it back and let it go all express and have it really melt this time. Be patient, Alice. I'm gonna be patient with it and let it melt. Keep on turning over, keep on churning, and the thoughts inside my head keep going round and round and round and round and round. A little music for the soul. All right, I think we're good now. I'm gonna take this out. That was hot, so you may want to have a, you know, a cloth to help you with that. That was hot. Let's see if I can do it with my hands. Oh, I can't. Well, I'm not going to do that. I am not tough like my mother. She could hold the hottest things with her palm and it wouldn't do anything. Okay, I'm going to take this and I'm going to sprinkle on it like that. Like that. See how it does that? Yeah. I'm gonna do that. Put my hand down. You know, rinse my hand off. And again, make sure it gets everywhere. You know, we want an equal amount of everything. We want the taste to make sense at every point and every bite. So we're good. Right now we're good. So I'm going to cover this up with foil so it sits and soaks in all of the ingredients before I put it in the oven. Alright, it is time to check on our roasted broccoli. Okay, look at it. All roasted and ready to go. And now we're going to pop our salmon into this. We're gonna let it sit for about 10 to 15 minutes and then come back and check on it. For my timer, it was exactly 15 minutes. So the next thing I'm gonna do is turn this to broil instead. Start. And do this for the next 5 minutes just to give it a brownish look, and then our food will be ready. Okay, we have reached our 5 minutes mark. It's time to take it out of the oven. This is what it looks like. This is exactly what it looks like. And now it's ready to be served. And so, I'm going to do just that and show you how I present it. And this is the finished product. A my roasted broccoli, the salmon, and the rice I already made before. I'm sorry I didn't show how to make that one. But yeah, enjoy.
Segment of Coffee Conversations with the Board. My name is Catherine Daniel, and I'm the Director of Communications and the Executive Assistant here at Road to Recovery. And today, for this coffee conversation, I have our wonderful board member, Jim Rodman. So welcome. So
Thank you.
Tell the audience a little bit about yourself, Jim.
I have live in Lynchburg. I've been here since 1979 and started our medical practice then. And born and raised in a small town of about 3,000 people in western Kentucky. Went to medical school at University of Kentucky and then my residency in Roland Memorial. And soon after coming and joining a practicing physician here in town, I saw that we were seeing a lot of addiction, especially alcoholism and related problems. After 3 or 4 years of doing that, Pathways was just getting started, and they asked us to be their medical director. So I became the medical director of Pathways, and we began to take active steps toward dealing with addiction for the first time. Since then, my exposure in private practice as well as through Pathways has enlarged, and it was amazing to me to begin to understand it as the disease it is, and become familiar with the successful stories of folks that really did everything they could to get into recovery. It was quite inspiring, and I still feel that way today.
How long have you been on the board for Road to Recovery?
I've been on the board, I think, 7 years, and was drawn to it really as a chance to really make a big contribution in folks that wanted literally a new way of living. Besides the chemical addiction comes also the habits of a lifestyle that may be some of the more difficult behaviors to break, and Roads to Recovery literally gently but persistently train its clients in what a healthy recovering lifestyle looks like.
Alrighty. What about R2R as an organization made you want to join the board?
It was that commitment to their recovery, not only the kind of recovery that comes through 12-step recovery programs and the like, but also behavioral. They fostered becoming financially independent as well as a responsible adult living, not only in houses with shared that you share with other adults in recovery, but also in the jobs and chores and duties that we all have in our lives that may not have been present at all in the drinking or drugging lifestyle.
And what do you love most about being an R2R board member?
I love being a part of that, offering as best we can and in a sensitive but creative way opportunities to attract interest on the part of our recovering clients, that life lived responsibly, sensitively, is very rewarding in and of itself. And all of that combines to make this an exciting endeavor, and it still does.
And what does recovery mean to you?
Recovery has actually probably had 10 or 15 different definitions during my time with Roads to Recovery. But right now it is being a part of a solid, responsible, supportive opportunity to live life differently, happily, very productively, and to help individuals discover the real healthy them inside.
Alrighty, well, thank you for joining us today, Jim, and thank you for your time today. Stick around and watch our next segment. Bye, guys.
Hey everybody, my name is Brian Mead. I'm the Director of Development here at Roads to Recovery. Today we're going to take a look at our Westview house. Thank y'all for coming along, and let's go on in. Watch your step. Old TV there. This is our Westview house. This is our smallest house. It only has 4 bedrooms. Everyone has their own room here at this house. And it's just very neat little area, and each guy in here has actually been with the program for quite a while, and they've got it set up very nice. This is the living area, obviously. This is, I like to show these areas in all the houses just where they have their sign inside out sheet. They have information over here, you know, some COVID related stuff, and just jobs and bus schedules and all that good stuff. Have our little masks for our guys. Over on this side of the house, we have 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and then they have their little porch here that they like to go out and hang out on. We go in here and we have another one of our bedrooms, and this is their little dining area and their kitchen. Little quaint little area. It is, like I said, it's a smaller house, but it you know, it definitely serves its purpose, and the guys seem to like it a lot. And then down out this way we have another bedroom and a bathroom and a back door. All right, well, this was our shortest little tour, and just so grateful for you all tuning in. Please continue to watch our segments, continue to support us, and thank you for all that you do.
Hi everyone, we need 10 donors during the next segment, which is recovery stories, and then we will draw for a $100. To donate, use your phone's camera to scan the QR code on your screen, or use the link at the bottom of this page, or go to our Facebook page to donate and get your Downtown Lynchburg gift card.
So here we are, 2 former peers, 2 very good friends, Director of Development of Roads to Recovery, Chief Administrative Officer of Roads to Recovery. Almost 4 years ago, November 23rd, 2016, I met this incredible man, Brian Mead. Mark Bogie here, if you didn't know that already. I showed up at Monroe, our flagship house, our very first house, and met this wonderful person. I was petrified. I was a gay man coming into a house full of straight guys I didn't know. I felt insecure. I thought I was going to come in, get my recovery, leave, because that was my pattern, and never expected a relationship to form like our relationship has evolved into, you know, brothers, family connection like I don't have with many people. And I am forever grateful. And if you had told me at that point when we first met that we would be sitting here taking this organization to the next level, I would have been like, what? And it's just a testament to this program that it changes lives and develops relationships. And I think that's one of the biggest things I've learned here is that you have to have relationships, strong relationships. And you have to work at maintaining them and apologizing when you're wrong and helping the other ones out and each other out. And it's just, isn't it weird how, like, would you have thought like you'd be friends and living with this 50-year-old gay guy who, you know, just strolled in? You know, you had seen people coming and going before I even got there. So, you know, I'm always interested to know. I mean, we talk so much that we know each other's story. They're different, but very similar in many ways. And, you know, somehow, because of what we've learned here and from each other, really, I mean, my recovery wouldn't be what it is without you in my life.
For sure.
You kind of ground me and make me a better person just because of your kindness and your graciousness, and you're just a good soul, where I struggle with that with myself. And your constant reminders of that I'm not a bad person, that I'm not as mean as I think I am. And I mean, it's important, you know? I mean, he's just a sweet, sweet guy. And, you know, we've been through a lot together. And, you know, Roads to Recovery is responsible for giving us a place to find ourselves and to develop into people I think we always were. But drugs and alcohol and all the other stuff just, you know, put this wall up that we couldn't cross. And somehow it tore that wall down. I don't know. I always ramble. I like to talk a lot. But, you know, I can't say enough about this guy. I just, you know, I don't know what I would do if you weren't in my life.
Yeah. I feel the exact same way. Yeah, it's interesting. It's funny, the two different dynamics, how like we are so different on paper, but you know, what brought us together and what keeps us together is just amazing. And but it's funny because Mark's able to wing these type things. I had to write out my questions for you, but you already covered. You know, I never really asked you like what your first thoughts were when you walked into Monroe, and you know, you just see like, you know, we had like a little clique of, you know, like some of the younger guys, and you know, and then you had like you know, Robert and some of the other people that were like older. But it's like I just always wondered like what you thought when you walked into that house.
When I walked in that house, I was relieved that, you know, it was a nice house.
Yeah.
Because I have lived in some hovels, and I just, you know, but I had become so accustomed to program to program to program, to a different setting, to a different, you know, decor, to all that, to different, you know, personalities that, you know, I was used to it. It wasn't like an awkward thing because I had done it so many times, but I had really, in most of those situations, had to suppress who I was as a gay man. And that's just hard because I'm quite obviously, you know, gay. And, you know, being in Lynchburg and, you know, it's a pretty conservative town. It's not as progressive as, you know, Philadelphia, where I was in many programs, and, you know, it was not abnormal, just, you know, I could be myself more. So when I walked in, and, you know, everybody was nice.
Yeah.
And you just in particular, you know, you took me to get food the very next day. You took me to Thanksgiving dinner the second day I was there. You went out of your way to make me feel less scared.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we provide food and we have this, and, you know, and that's gotten even better over the years. But, you know, I had nothing.
Yeah.
And, you know, you made sure that I did. You know, this guy who's like 15 years younger than me, driving me around because I had no car. I did have a license. But that stuck with me. And it was just like, I wanted to make sure that you were going to be a part of my life forever.
Yeah.
And because of those little things that you did for me in the beginning when I had nothing, inspired me to try to help you as much as I could as I progressed and got better, because it's just those little acts of kindness that people sometimes don't think that that's a big deal.
Yeah.
But in my head, and learning what I did here about, you know, helping others and giving back and being supportive and, you know, advocating for people, I just wanted to make sure I didn't lose you, because your kind of kindness and warmth and gentleness is definitely something I'm not used to, but I gravitate towards because it softens me, if that makes sense, and makes me evaluate and reevaluate, you know, the way I am, because I've always been the way I am, very and you're just more, and I get to see a different side, and it's been a good training kind of just to observe, because as much as you've done for me and as much as I've done for you, there's no like I've done more, you've done more, because your presence in itself is just a ray of light to me. And what breaks my heart is that this ray of light that you give off, I know you don't always feel inside. And, you know, you've also taught me how to educate myself about mental disorders, because for you to sit there and tell me, you know, I feel no joy today, but yet you're trudging along and smiling. And I mean, if I felt no joy, you damn well know if I wasn't feeling joy. So I can't say enough. I mean, this is a Brian plug video, because I mean, it brings together, this program brings together all different sorts of people.
Yeah. I think that's what I learned, you know, is you know, when you first came into the program, you know, like you said, it wasn't a secret that you were coming in as a gay man, you know, and it was very refreshing too that you didn't suppress that, you know, and it's something that you always, I feel like you're so good at is letting people know who you are, you know, and that may not have always been the case, but it definitely was when you came into the program. And it's like, you know, and initially I was drawn to you because I just, like, my heart was kind of hurting for you, because I was like, man, I can't imagine what it'd be like to come into this town as a gay man, not know anybody. And so that was my original thing, was just like, I wanted to be of service to someone who needed help, but it just didn't take long for me to see who you are. And that person is just like an incredible person. You know, and I don't think either of us intended for this to be a hype session for either one of us, but when I start talking about Mark, I can't help it. You know, you're just, there's no one, I've yet to meet anybody in my 35 years that will put in the work that is necessary to put in to get the job done, that has work ethic like you do, that is driven like you, that cares on a level that is just beyond a lot of people, because you will tell people what they need to hear a lot. And that's something that a lot of people can't do. And even kind people have a hard time. I have a hard time with that. We've talked about this, is that it inspires me when you give people tough love. So anyway, getting a little bit off topic because I had some other questions for you.
Ask away.
So, you talk about, and this is another aspect, like both of us came from such different backgrounds as far as like even recovery type stuff. You talked about the fact that you have been in a lot of other programs before here. So I was just wondering, like, have you been able to pinpoint what took place in your life, what changed in your mind, and also what was different about Rhodes than other places?
I say this over and over again when I walked into the door at Rhodes, at our old offices, and met the people that were there. It was just I heaved a sigh of relief. I really did. I felt like I had instantly, found like this is what I've been searching for, and I believe that the people out there who say, oh, he's been going to another program. Sometimes that is what you take a little bit from each place you visit.
Yeah.
Some people can get it on their first go around.
Yeah.
I envy those people, but typically, someone pursuing recovery, it takes a while. It takes finding that right mix of, I had never felt so unjudged, I felt motivated, supported, loved. I mean, hugs out the wazoo, which I really don't care for. But I knew that every time I walked into that office that I was going to get greeted with a smile. I wasn't like, oh, here's Mark again.
Yeah.
And that was important because I had burned every bridge. I had my friend Angela, who, would pick up the phone if I called.
Yeah.
Unless she knew I was drunk and I told her not to answer, She would know if I was drinking anyway. She was quite tuned into my habits, but I burned every bridge.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted me to get my shit together and I refused.
Yeah.
Alcohol was more important. Rhodes gave me a view of the world that I didn't think I could live in freely without drinking. And it showed me that there were people who want to help and are going to walk with you every step of the way, supporting me, advocating for me, making sure I got where I needed, making sure I had food, making sure I had stuff for my bed, it showed me that I needed these relationships, these things that I kind of just was like, I went from program to program. You make the best of friends in these programs and then you leave, you never talk to them again. And I was determined that wasn't going to happen after I was there for probably a week.
Yeah.
And I just felt like, I met you and you had done all these things for me and just been kind and, oh wow, like you do need people. You can't do this alone. And I was determined to do it alone. I was going to fix everything and I was going to do it on my own. I was going to do it my way. And this was the first place that showed me that my way isn't the right way. Up until that point. Now my way is the right way.
Yeah.
My way is the only way. But and I don't believe that. I've learned to admit when I'm wrong, to say I'm sorry, to really evaluate what comes out of my mouth, hopefully before it comes out. Doesn't always happen. Then, that's when I say I'm sorry. I don't know. The people that we get who come to this program, everybody that gets admitted, I just feel like you're so lucky. You don't know it yet, but you're really lucky to be here because it is such a unique, I don't know. There's something different about it. And I think the peer aspect, or I know the peer aspect of it, that everybody who works here is in recovery was important to me because they knew what I was going through and totally understood. And I wasn't talking to somebody who didn't know what I was actually dealing with. And, and that's why my heart is here. It's just, if it could change my life, if it can change your life, everything you've been through, it can change anybody's life.
exactly. I've heard that story, and I love hearing it every time. I just want to make sure viewers that hadn't heard that, because I think it's such a powerful story when you do talk about that first time you walked into the office, because it was the same for me. It started at the very top. And the founder, she just exudes love, and it's just something you don't get in this world ever very often. So,
and chances, and people make mistakes, and we realize that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could talk about this forever, and I get speechless about it at the same time, because I work here, and I'm very fortunate, and I don't know what I'm trying to say, but there's something about this program that, if I got anything, if I could take my recovery and my relationship with you and it was all over, but I got to keep those two things, I'd be, the happiest guy in the world, because, I got my recovery and I have this person in my life that is part of my family. And I wasn't that person before this. That didn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Holding on to things.
Yeah.
I don't, typically I just walked away.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of us were good at that, detaching from everything, reality and everything.
How do you manage everything? I mean, I don't know how you do.
I think, when I came into the program, it was a lot had kind of fallen at once. And all I needed was a foundation. I just needed something and someone to ground me. And I talk about like just how awesome it worked out that, first of all, that I didn't even know anything about roads. I was essentially homeless. And just so happened to work with somebody in the program, found out about it, didn't think I had a problem, realized later I did, came in, and I was taken in the first day, and I just so happened, just was blessed enough to end up at Monroe, and so all I needed was just like, just something firm to hold on to, something strong to hold on to in those first few days. Cause I just, like you said, I had just been diagnosed with, bipolar, and I had just come to terms with, hey, I do have a problem with addiction, and so, my family justifiably had to let me fall. I had caused enough destruction. And so not having all that was all super overwhelming. Yeah. But it's like, I could come home every day and just feel, like you said, just feel that love, and like not being judged for my past was just unheard of. It's just, they never cared about any of the crimes I committed, any of the lies I told, any of that stuff. And that's like, and you never did. And that's why, I talk about recently how I've discovered that, I started these relationships when I got into roads, and initially it was with a few guys that are my age and stuff like that. And we were acting like idiots all the time and immature and all this stuff. And it's like, it's so interesting because I needed that probably at first. I needed to just come in and have fun and just, pretend like, my world hadn't crumbled around me, in the previous few months. But then you came into the program at this perfect time. And I just talked about you took it seriously from day one, and it was just, your maturity was just so evident.
That's funny.
Hey, and there's different levels and different types of maturity, but no, you knew that, that it would, when the time comes, you have to put in the effort and stuff like that. And so watching you was just this inspiration. And that's all I really need is I needed a firm foundation to come home to at night. And eventually that became you. We worked together. We lived in the attic together. All this stuff, and you were always there, and I needed that consistency, You were always there. When I went back to jail, you were there. You were the only one there. And I needed to feel that level of unconditional love and support that I just wasn't used to. And that was all I needed to get through all the difficult stuff of trying to figure out mental health, co-occurring stuff. And all I needed was just to come home and see you up in the attic watching true crime shows. Mm-hmm. Like having that consistency was just so awesome. And then it was just, and then just learning about, like something that I just didn't know a lot about, was people. Like I'd lived in Richmond for a while, but Lynchburg really was home. And, it's just a different city here. It's and it's got different people, a different population, and getting to know you just broadened my worldview. And it showed me that there's just so many great different walks of life. And I'm not even just talking about you being a gay man. I'm just talking about just just the way who you are is a lot. Like I said, on paper, we're just totally different people. And it's just been so awesome to getting to know you.
We're probably taking too long. But I feel like I have to say this. Look at this person right here, this sweet, kind, gentle person. I think part of the reason I'm looking at the camera, because people who own businesses, people in the criminal justice system, Roads to Recovery is a chance giver. And it broke my heart to see this guy who is educated, who has a work ethic very similar to mine, a loving father, an incredible friend, struggle to find work because of the crimes that he committed while using. I want people to know that people change, and giving people chances to prove that they can change is of vital importance to people with substance use and mental health disorders. To watch him struggle to pay child support, to help his wife, to pay his bills because he couldn't get a job that would pay him enough money because of his record, that totally motivated me to help you any way I could, because you deserve the chance, because I know what a great person you are. And to watch him go out and not be able to find a good job that he was qualified for, I find unacceptable. I think he did his time. He's paying his restitution. He's been sober for 4 years. And luckily, we were fortunate enough to get him here. But we're chance givers, and we need more chance givers out there, because people change. And we are living proof that people change. And I want that to resonate and get out there into this world, because if we're constantly going to be judged by what we've done in our past, we're supposed to move on from the past, make amends for it, say we're sorry, pay the price, do the time if we have to do the time, pay the fines if we have to pay the fines. But there has to come a point where we get a chance again. Roads to Recovery gave me a chance. Roads to Recovery gave you a chance. And, chances, be kind, love one another, treat people how you want to be treated, be honest. They showed me all of that. And I believe in chances. We just were on the phone with somebody who needed a chance. I believe in giving them a chance. That really is what I felt horrible for you, because you were doing everything you were supposed to do, but yet you couldn't get ahead. And that's bull. It is. I mean, it pissed me off. And I was like, well, then I'm going to help him however I can. If I can make his life a little bit easier so he can do what he has to do to get to where, I almost felt horrible of my success because you deserved it just as much, but because you have these things on your record, that you've taken care of. I mean, it just pisses me off. It does. Anyway.
Thank you. And I think advocacy is key. I think you're right. It's not just myself. It's so many of us that struggled through that just we aren't given chances for years down the road. And and it's great that that employers will say, okay, well, let's see if you can do well for 7 years. But what are people supposed to do for those 7 years? And it ends up, and the sad thing is it makes people question their worth, and it affects recovery for a lot of people, which is understandable.
It does.
So you're the CAO here, and it's super impressive how you've done this. You basically brought yourself in and taught yourself how to do all this, which was amazing to watch. But one thing I always wanted to ask you, and I was thinking about yesterday, was, did you ever have a dream job? Like, did you?
I want to be famous.
Really?
No, I waited tables my whole life, and everybody told me I should be on stage. But I knew once I pursued recovery, I kind of believed that I wouldn't be able to stay sober unless I was helping others.
Yeah.
And I couldn't imagine doing anything else because the gift of helping others has changed my life.
Yeah.
And, because there were days where if I died, nobody would, who's going to come to my funeral? Nobody.
Yeah.
What has this person done? If I died today, I know there are people out there that would say he helped change my life.
Yeah.
And I could die happily because at least I left a mark somewhere, no pun intended. I couldn't imagine, it used to be I wanted a job where I was going to make a lot of money, because money ruled my world. And now it's, I'm perfectly happy with what I have. If I never got any more, I could live a comfortable life and come to work every day and help change people's lives as I would, I was given a gift. And because of this program, and I never want to leave it because seeing that gift given to others and watching people transform their lives is just the most incredible thing in the world. And we're lucky to be able to do it and to work side by side now. And so.
I guess you answered my next question was, part of it, you said, I was going to ask you, what's the most rewarding part about this job? But I think, that's kind of obvious, just seeing when that light clicks on, I think for guys and women in the program. But I was just curious, what is the hardest part?
Being nice. No, I'm just kidding. The hardest part, watching people return to use, watching people who seem fine one day and the next day are in tears and have a drink in their hand or a needle in their arm because you see yourself and you know what that feels like, and you feel that heartache with them because you know that they don't want to do it, but they still have that compulsion. And I was gifted with, I don't know, some kind of divine intervention where that compulsion for me, has dissipated very much. And that's the hardest part, is coming in and not knowing somebody had returned to use and finding out and just going, and then what can we do to help them? How can we help them get back in or get to where they need to be so that they can come back? So that's the hardest. And then, watching people die. But it's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen because there are people out there who just can't accept that their, disease is not going to go away. This will never end. unless you end it.
Yeah.
And some people end it by drinking themselves to death or overdosing, and it's a sad fact. And that's why, we need to hold these events to raise money so we can help more people. And we've grown immensely in the last few years, and that's why you're here, because of your skills, so you can drum up some money. And unfortunately, it all takes money.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, are we going too long?
No, I've still got more.
Okay. You can edit.
This is a question I was actually thinking about for like some of the other peers in the program, but I was actually curious. Like, I think I know, but I didn't, just so that people can hear maybe what you found. But what is something that you have found since being sober that helps you to decompress? Because I know, like, so many of us, that was what we used alcohol and drugs for, was to decompress and to run away from the stress and all that stuff. So is there something that you found since?
Candy Crush.
That was going to be one of my questions, was what level you're on Candy Crush now.
I'm back to like 1,000 something because I had to reprogram my
I
phone.
know,
but honestly, my favorite time, I worked hard at building the few good friendships I have, but I'm just that kind of person. I don't need 5,000 friends on Facebook. I need a good core group of, a handful of people that, are part of my life. But for decompression, I really just enjoy my alone time, like, in my room, or, laying on the couch for a couple hours. I get up extra early in the morning just so I can sit there and just do what I do. I kind of have a routine, and it's probably one of the most favorite times of my day, because it is the first time in my life where I can be alone, where I don't feel forced to be alone because of my alcoholism. Because before, I was alone all the time because I couldn't go out into public unless I needed to go get more booze. And then when I had to do that, it was a huge undertaking for me to get myself together to walk, or unfortunately drive, to where I had to go to refuel. So I could lay there in isolation, and that was just horrific. Anytime anybody says they just want to go be, when they're using, I'm like, that is a death sentence. To isolate like that it messes with your mind, it messes with everything, and to be able to do that, and have a bubbly and an ice cream sundae in my bed. It's simple things. I have really learned how to appreciate all the little things and enjoy them, and knowing I get to decide when I want to be alone, when I didn't have a choice before. I had to be, because I couldn't walk out. I did get drunk in public, but I didn't want anybody to see me. Because it was that bad. It was, it was just horrible. So that going home, see my mom. You know that I do that. I just take a couple days and just go and tune out. But it's your kids, I guess, is it? I don't know how you could decompress.
I think
3 lovely children.
Yes. I think time with my kids is probably my biggest decompression, believe it or not. But you touched on, I think something, I know we are running long, but I was hoping that you wouldn't mind touching on, you mentioned your mom, and something that I got to see from start to finish, or not, well, it's not finished yet, which is great, but, just the beginnings of that was was getting back in touch with your family. I got to see, how heartbreaking it was for you in the beginning when you had that letter that you wanted to send your mom, and you just didn't know what to do. And, you were just wrestling with that because you hadn't talked to them, and, they hadn't been a part of your life. And so, and now to be where you are now, I think that can be very inspirational for anybody that's watching, because I know, like, when we lose our family, that's kind of the last straw for a lot of people. So could you talk about like that, how that's been?
It's just the most amazing thing in the world. It's like, I came in to this program and they kind of guided me on steps to take, because,
as addicts, we want it all fixed now.
Yeah.
You know,
I haven't drank in 2 weeks. They should want me back in their lives.
you know, but they've seen that over and over and over and over and over. And it's like, it's not going to take 2 weeks. It's going to take a while. And kudos to my mom, especially for baby steps, you know, because, but, you know, in the office, they'd be like, you know, write a letter. You know, first I just wrote a letter and didn't send it. Then I, you know, slowly, strategically kind of letter to my dad, who had turned into kind of a softie like I can be, believe it or not. And then my sister, and I got responses. And then I sent my mom. And because my mom and I are kind of a lot alike, it's like, you know, before it was like, who can hang up on who first, basically. And, you know, I got a little note back. It wasn't as much as I wanted, but it wasn't about what I wanted. It was about what she was prepared to give, and that she could give anything. Was like, that little note was hope on a piece of paper, because she actually took the time to write something. And, you know, it was very short and sweet. And then, you know, I got a Christmas card and it said "Love Mom" on it. And that was like, she said love.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was like, oh my God, I could die today. Or, you know, because my biggest fear was losing one of my parents and being off in la la land, not knowing where's Mark. Well, and, you know, and then unfortunately my father got sick, and, you know, hats off to my mom for just, it was like nothing ever happened, which is like, kind of like, well, you don't have to talk about that. It's over. You know, you're here, you're sober. Let's move forward. And I like that. And I don't like it because I do like to talk about, you know, but I am perfectly happy with what we have. We have a great relationship. To be able to help her, for her to call and ask me, you know, advice on certain things, how to fix this, how to, you know, it's just, but the thing is, I was willing to listen to somebody else, because if I had done it my way, I would have pushed too hard and pissed her off. And I just did, I literally did, for the first time in my life, something about being here. These people know what they're talking about because they've been through it. And I just did. And every time I followed somebody else's advice who had been there before, and it worked for me. It doesn't work for everybody. You know, some people were going to hold on to that resentment and that hate. And, you know, you have that in your life. People are just so, I'm like, what? There's something wrong with me. Because I know what it feels like to hold on to resentments and not to forgive. And you carry that with you, you know, it's all on you. You can hate all you want. But that hate just walks around with you wherever you go. You can just let it go and forgive. And the people that can't move on, then you have to move on for them. Because it's not worth your recovery, or, you know, if somebody doesn't want you in their life, then that's their choice. And that's, I feel sad for people who can't forgive. I was lucky. You know, some people in the program that come through have to work a lot harder, and sometimes it doesn't happen. There's some people I'm sure never want to talk to me again, but there's people I certainly don't want to talk to anymore. But, you know, but I've moved on from that. Because if you're toxic, if you're still using, you know, in an addictive way, I can help you. But I have to keep. And I've learned that from here, you know, boundaries.
Yes, exactly.
So, but it's the most amazing thing to be able to go home and when my mom give me her credit card number to order something on Amazon, I'm like, really?
I don't think those moments ever get old. They're always special.
But anyway, it's just, you know how amazing. I mean,
that's just
taught me how to live.
It was so great. I just wanted everyone to hear that, just because it was such a great example of, you know, just being patient and not expecting too much from family members that have been hurt, and you pursued it just so, like you said, you listened to everybody who's telling you what to do, and then you're rewarded by the fact that it's great. I love, one of my favorite things is when you go see your mom on the weekends, not just because I have the house to myself. No, but really it's because it's just, it shows just that seeing that relationship being rebuilt is just amazing to see. So thank you for sharing that.
I do want to say, I don't think it would have grown, or I don't think anything in my life would have changed as dramatically as it has had I, you know, most programs I've gone to, there is an exit date.
Mm-hmm.
And that pressure to try to solve so many things. Yeah. And then 2 months, what am I going to do? I got to figure out where I'm going to go. I don't have anything. And knowing that when I walked through that door, that was my home for really as long as I wanted to be there.
Yeah.
And we have people who've been here for 4 years, you know, and if this is where they need to be, if this is keeping them alive and having a good life until they're ready to make that move, that is a stress reliever for sure. I mean, and it gave me the time to rebuild this, because, you know, if I had said I was in a recovery program and I'll be here for 2 months, and then my parents would just be like, oh, great.
Yeah.
We know what happens when he leaves.
Yeah.
So I was given the choice to say, I'm ready to leave.
Yeah. That's a great
Not
point.
I have to leave.
Yeah.
I could figure out, you know, at a year, I was like, I'm ready, but I'm not ready because I don't have stuff to stay. Save up. Don't leave. Get yourself some furniture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I did.
Yeah.
So, you know.
All right. Now, this is a serious question.
Lord, Catherine's getting bored. Just kidding.
If you had to eat one of these 3 items for the rest of your life, what would it be? Pizza Hut buffalo wings, thin and crispy pizza from Kroger with added toppings that you like to do, or your homemade pasta with clam sauce. Out of those 3, which one would you pick to eat for the rest of your life?
For the rest of my life?
Yeah.
Which one do you think it would be?
Oh, man. You love wings.
Do you love wings?
But I don't know, honestly, because it just seems like you like
Probably the pizza.
Really? You do love that.
Because it's so good and it's so easy to make. it's cooked in like 14 minutes. Dinner.
Oh, man.
The wings take like, if I cook them the way, well, Pizza Hut wings,
extra
they're
crispy.
already cooked twice.
Yeah, cooked twice.
It's a toss up, but I'm plugged to Kroger. Thin, extra thin, crispy crust pizza with extra pepperoni is just banging, and it's like $5.
Oh,
you know, I'm still kind of frugal when it comes to food. Every once in a while I splurge, but what about you? You would be anything you can dip.
I don't care. Yeah,
if it's got a dip,
yep,
I'll eat it.
I love condiments. All right, well, that was really my only funny question I had. I had more like funny questions, but I just feel like
what one thing do I do that really gets under your skin?
That's what I was going to ask you earlier. We've lived together on and off for like 2.5 years, almost 3 years.
I love it because you were so kind, and I think because I'm older and like, you know, I don't know, but I feel like you are petrified to like call me on anything.
No,
so
I was going to ask you the same question. What was your number one pet peeve? So you have to answer your number one pet peeve of mine, or that I do. Well, it's difficult picking out one thing that gets under my nerves because there's so much. No, I'm kidding. No, because
I believe it.
No, because you're clean and you work hard and all that stuff. So it's like, honestly, it's finding an illogical one for me. There's not logic to finding to somebody that likes a clean house. You know, I don't. Maybe the only thing.
He's petrified to say it because it's on the tip of his tongue.
Sometimes you don't do it all the time. Sometimes you let your door slam into your bedroom at 4:00 in the morning when you get up.
Yeah. So you ever hear me go sorry? Because I do usually say that. That's it.
I know because
great. The text about I should not have to clean up after your children.
Oh please, that's the truth. I don't take offense to something that's true. That'd be a logical thing of mine.
My biggest pet peeve about you, toss up. Probably that you stay in your room so much. Like sometimes I feel like you just don't want to be around me sometimes. I mean, and I understand, you know, I like going to my room and stuff too, but I don't know. Or if you don't eat what I've made for you. Even though I didn't ask if you wanted, I just cook it and go, I made bacon cheeseburgers. Oh, and you go yummy, and then you don't eat it.
Oh man,
that kind of upsets me. But I end up eating it anyway.
I'm gonna do a cheesy one.
I almost didn't ask you if you wanted Jersey Mike's last night because I felt like, well, he never eats anything. I get him anyway.
I do eat the stuffed scallops.
Yeah, you eat those. Yeah.
No, I think this one's a cheesy one because it's gonna go back to boosting you up, but it's true. Is I wish you weren't so hard on yourself about you thinking that you're a mean guy. Because seeing the side of you that I've gotten to see, especially since starting to work here, we're going back to this cheesy stuff, I'm sorry. It's just been amazing. And I texted you last night about that, and I felt this overwhelming need to let you know that people are going to remember the tough love you give them. And you're so good at that because you don't just cut people down and leave them down. You always try to lift them back up. And every time you're doing it out of so much love and concern that it's just so apparent. And I think you tend to believe this idea that you're this mean, gruff guy. That's just not true. And I've told you this, we talked about it in my office, that everyone shows love in a different way. And the way you do is a remarkable way. It's a very different way. It's not a typical way. And that's why you're going to feel that way. But it's extremely true that those guys that you've, especially here lately, some of the ones that you've given this tough love, and some guys that aren't in our program anymore. But when and if, and hopefully if and when they get recovery, they're going to think back to those moments. And the reason I know that is because the moments I remember during my recovery journey are when someone has told me the truth that I needed to hear, but lifted me up at the same time. And that's what you do. You're so good at doing with these people, with these peers, and it's amazing to watch, and it's great to hear. And I just, it's a pet peeve of mine that you tend to cut yourself off as being mean when it's just not true. So
well, I appreciate that. It's just the one thing I'll tell everybody who comes in here, and anybody who's watching who is thinking about recovery, if you're ready for recovery and you have this much willingness, just this much, we can help you expand that willingness. But I'll say to them when they're sitting in my office, if you are sitting here, if your addiction brought you to us, we're thankful that you made it. We want to make you part of this family. If you have come to Roads to Recovery because of your addiction, it's never going to end. It's never going to end. It will never end until you put some work in and let us help you. I say to Sandy all the time, thank you so much for everything. I did the work, she says. It was me. But if I didn't have the network of support that's provided right here in this brand new building, old brand new building, I wouldn't have made it because I just got so much from here, and it's just we're a recovery program. If you're here, you need it. You just don't come to Roads to Recovery because you're doing okay, and it's just never going to end. It took me till I was 46 when I got here, and for the younger people, it's like you've got 3 lifetimes ahead of you. If you're 25, you got 3 more 20. I have a whole nother lifetime ahead of me, and that's how I choose to think of my life now. And I say it in a way that's just direct, and this isn't going to end. It's going to be another office. It's going to be jail. It's going to be a casket or cremate. I mean, you're going to be dead if you don't. So, and that's what just breaks my heart. I just want people to get it. But I didn't get it until I was 46. So if I'm talking to a 25-year-old, I'm like, I know what you're thinking. You've got plenty of time. I'm here to tell you that it's never going to end.
Well, you partly answered my last question, which was if you could tell, if anybody's watching, happen to be watching, that is struggling with addiction, what was the one thing you'd like them to know? I think that was a great way to put it, that it's not going to end until you're ready to.
If you want recovery, call us and we can help you.
Yeah.
Prepared to be honest, prepared to put in some work, prepared to listen to somebody else who's gone through what you've gone through, because we get it and we're here for you, and we will love on you and we will guide you, and you know, it's here. Recovery's here. Recovery's possible. We will give you the chances that you need. We won't judge you. You know, this is just the place. This is wholly the place to get recovery. You get everything here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but until you're ready, you know, it's not gonna work unless you're ready.
Yeah.
Just this much willingness.
Yes.
Seriously.
I know it doesn't. It really doesn't take much, and you know, I think you touched on the great thing is that, you know, willingness to listen to people that have. I mean, we don't like to believe it early in recovery, and it's just something. There's this wall up. We like to think we're the only ones that have gone through what we've gone through, and it's just not the case. It's just not, and it's part of the disease is to be self-centered and to think that that's it, and it's just not the case. And you know, we're all here. We've got a staff of people that have experienced this, and we want to help, and that's what we all want to do at the end of the day. So, you know, for anybody that is struggling in addiction right now, or if you're a family member of somebody, you know, just reach out to us. We have so many resources we can help people with, and you know, not every story is going to end up like Mark and I's. You know, we've got something special that there's absolutely no price on. I will never forget. You will always be my brother. But you know, if you're a family member, you know, just, you got to walk that line and not giving up hope, but also not enabling a person. And sometimes the best thing you can do is let them
give them our number.
Yeah. Yes.
Let them be for a while.
Yeah.
And we'll do all we can to help.
Yeah.
Because there is recovery here.
Yeah.
And if you need help too as a family member, we've got that support here as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have really talked our ears
I
off.
think we have.
Catherine is probably like, I'm going to be editing this for hours. But you know, that's just because we could probably talk forever and ever.
Yeah.
We've actually never really sat down in this kind of format and talked. And I love you.
I love you too, buddy.
And this is amazing. So I guess we got carried away.
That's all right.
It's all true.
Yeah.
Recovery's here. Thank you, Catherine. She's behind the camera. We love her too.
Stick
Thank
around
you.
for more segments.
Hello everyone, I'm back again. So now what I'm going to teach you to make is a no-bake cookie dough cheesecake. So what ingredients you'll need? You will need Oreos. You will need the semi-sweet mini morsels. You'll need brown sugar, powdered sugar, cream cheese, butter, heavy whipping cream, all-purpose flour, pure vanilla extract, and milk. So let's get started. So now I have patted down the Oreo crust for the no-bake cookie dough cheesecake, and I'm going to put this melted butter in the bag. So then you're gonna seal the bag and then switch it all around so that it gets that butter and all of the cookie crust
now it's time to put it in the bottom of the pan. So stick around and see what it looks like.
So I have spread the bottom part of the no-bake cookie dough cheesecake, and now I'm gonna get started on the cookie dough. So for the cookie dough mixture, you're going to need a medium-sized bowl and a measuring cup. And so what you'll need to have is a half a teaspoon of salt, 5 tablespoons of butter, 3/4 cup of brown sugar, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, 3 to 4 tablespoons of milk, 1.5 cups of all-purpose flour, and a half a cup of mini chocolate chips. So let's get started. I want to mix the melted butter and the brown sugar together. So I'm going to be doing that now. So now the cookie dough mixture is ready to be chilled. So I'm going to set this into the refrigerator and let it chill while I mix the cheesecake part together. So now that I've combined the cheesecake mixture together, I'm going to whisk it up. Now the cheesecake mixture is mixed together, and now I'm going to put in the cookie dough on top of the crust and as well as in the cheesecake mixture. So I finished putting a cookie dough mixture on top of the bottom crust and as well as mixing some into the mixture. So now I'm going to put the cheesecake mixture on top of this, and then it's going to chill for 4 hours. Then with the rest of the cookie dough mixture, I will put them into little sized tiny balls that go on top of the cake. So stick around. So now I have iced all of this, so with the cheesecake topping, and so now I'm going to let it sit in the fridge and chill for about 4 hours, and then I'll be able to put the extra cookie dough mixture on top of the cheesecake. So stick around. So after cooling for 4 hours, this is what the no-bake cookie dough cheesecake looks like. Hope you enjoy watching this video and keep watching for our next segments. Thanks.
My name is Michael, and I'm a recovering alcoholic.
Thanks, Mike. Where were you before you came to Roads to Recovery? What was your living situation?
I had gone back with my parents, which is normally the case with a lot of alcoholics and addicts. We don't seem to do too well sometimes on our own. Eventually, I was in South Carolina. I was in sober living there. That was a pretty rough situation. I had remained sober for a good length of time down there. I had almost a year, and I came back up in May, and I relapsed a couple weeks on my birthday. After that, I had a lot of anger, a lot of resentment. Even with the clean time, there was still not really much of a program. So, yeah, I just, that's what I was doing. And eventually they seen the attitudes and behaviors change, as they've always seen. And they knew something was up. And then I was getting drunk every day in the last couple weeks. And so eventually they said, you got to go. And we found out about Roads to Recovery.
Great. Where were you when you came into the program? Where were you in your battle with substance use disorder?
I always had a tenacity for the last 5 years when I first entered the rooms to get clean and sober, but I was just in and out. I was what they call a chronic relapser, which is another way of saying I wasn't ready. And I wanted this. I knew I did. I wanted it bad enough, but I was pretty nervous when I got into Roads to Recovery after what I went through in South Carolina.
Gotcha. So it sounds like you've been in a residential recovery program before.
Yes, multiple occasions, yeah. In and out. I'm the normal case, jails, institutions, being locked up, being in different sober living, being in different recovery programs and stuff, just basically flip-flopping around, yeah.
What have you found anything to be different about Roads to Recovery than some of those other places?
Yes, Roads to Recovery gave me a chance, and still is giving me the chance to enhance a program, to actually have a program. And the big difference is there's more people, it seems to be, that are on the same page. There's a little bit more freedom. It's not like this for lack of a better term, like a Nazi program where you have to do this and you have to do that. And it's like in South Carolina, if you accidentally cursed, you were being forced to dig a 5 by 5 by 5 foot hole, and then you had to fill it back in. And it's just, they kind of give you a little leeway. They're not here to hold your hand, because if you really want this, you'll get it. And I know for me, I was finally at a point where I was willing to go to any length to get it. So, and Roads to Recovery has put me in a position for the accountability to be able to get to meetings and read literature and do the things that I just never really put forward any effort to do. So.
Great. So after spending 13 months here, how do you feel about the possibility of long-term recovery?
Great. It's one day at a time.
Yeah.
But there is a light now at the end of the tunnel, and there's a clear vision. I'm no longer in the fog. I see black and white. I see good and bad. I see things for what they really are. It is put things in a different, I for one have a different perspective and a perception than I once had. So I think there's been moments of clarity. I think you could say epiphanies or a cathartic period, if you will.
Awesome, that's great. Can you tell me about one short-term goal that you have and one long-term?
Absolutely. Short-term goal is to get back into CVCC, finish out and get my associates. There's only a few courses left to get. And then I'm going to go long-term in school. That's not the long-term goal as far as, but that's where I want to continue and probably get into history and psychology and political science. So, yeah, multiple platforms. But a long-term goal is to stick around in Roads to Recovery. I don't see me leaving Roads to Recovery anytime soon. And it's not that I'm using it as a, roof room, but it's just because I've learned to get so involved with newcomers and stuff. There's a love and a compassion that wasn't there before, and just doing service work. And so I want to continue on with Roads, and maybe they might make me a house manager and just kind of serve in that way as well. So, yeah.
Awesome. So have you discovered anything recently that makes you feel happy or content or calm?
Reading. I read a lot now. I read daily devotions every morning and every night. I read different things. Right now I'm reading C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity. I also reading Miyamoto Musashi's The Book of Five Rings. But different thing. I find myself, and it's like a world's been opened up, and once I start, I can't stop. I just grab on to like whatever interests me, and once I get started, I read. I'm also reading an autobiography of Jerry Falwell.
Awesome, yeah. So you're getting around to multiple platforms.
Yeah.
Have you rediscovered any old activity that now you enjoy, maybe even more now that you're in recovery?
Outdoor work, believe it or not. I landscaped for a while, but it seems to be different when I'm doing it on our own property than stand back and see, just the work and stuff. Just the simple things. Just the simple things in life. Just trimming the hedges and mowing the lawn. But also biking. I got into that. I haven't done it in a while. I have a high metabolism. I lose 20 pounds on one time I do. So I bike here and there. Calisthenics. I do that, yeah. Just any kind of outdoor activity, even just a simple walk around the neighborhood. Just stuff to clear my mind. So, but I'm sure as time goes on, more things will open up. More shall be revealed, as they say.
Have you experienced a high point recently that you can tell us about?
Yes. I wouldn't say recent. It's been consistent since it happened. I can't tell you when it happened. I know a spiritual awakening happened. There was a time I just finally ceased fighting everything and everyone, including God, and I now recoil from a drink and a drug like it's a hot stove. There is a fire within me that wasn't there before. There is a love within me that wasn't there before. Beginning to love myself more, but also getting to know myself. And it was just an important, question that St. Augustine had once asked in his book of Confessions that had hit me. And that's pretty much what started this whole process of growing in recovery was, God, I want to know yourself, but I want to know myself. And that's just the journey that I've taken. And since then, that's just, there's no words can describe what has happened in just these last so many months. I don't know what to say. It's just, yeah.
That's good stuff. Tell us something that you're proud of yourself for.
not giving up, no matter what. Just continuously keep going. That tenacity.
What's one thing that people that don't suffer from substance use disorder that you wish that they knew more about the disease?
Once an individual crosses the threshold of full-blown alcoholism and drug addiction, you're no longer dealing with that individual anymore. And there's absolutely nothing that a family member, a friend, no one can do. Until that person first has to get off the substances, only then can there be any room for recovery, but they have to want it. So there's nothing, this is the biggest struggle a lot of families have, is trying to save. You can't save anyone. Yeah, I hate to say it, but it's nothing short of a miracle.
If there's somebody that's watching this right now that's struggling with substance use disorder, what would you tell them?
Keep doing what you're doing, you'll keep getting what you're getting.
That's short and very sweet. That's a good one. What wisdom would you share with the younger you?
I would definitely tell, be patient. It's going to get better.
All right, now we're going to do a couple fun questions here. So, if I gave you $50,000 right now, what business would you start?
I would start my own program,
Oh.
my own recovery program. I actually have had ideas, a lot of plans for it. It would be somewhat different, but it would be a program that is designed to also help men coming, out of prison to transition. There's not a lot of prison recovery, so a lot of guys come out worse off than they were before they went in. And so this gives them the chance to not only be given the tools to be able to intuitively know how to handle situations that may once have baffled them before they got there, but also to join something that they could be proud of, like a camaraderie and having like a family of brothers.
Great. If you could choose one song to play every time you walked into a room for the rest of your life, what song would it be?
Oh, wow. There's a lot of songs I love, a lot of songs that I've grown to love in recovery. Oh, man. I guess one, I don't know why it's coming to mind, is Aerosmith, Back in the Saddle. But there's a lot of good songs. That's a hard one. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming in here today, Michael. Your story and others' peers is just going to be what could really change someone's life that's watching this right now. So we just want to thank you for coming in today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Monroe House. I call it the flagship house because it was the very first house here at Road to Recovery. We do have 6 houses now, and 1100 16th Street, right off Diamond Hill, Grace Street. Walk right down the hill to downtown, where a lot of guys walk to work if they don't have a car yet. But anyway, this house is very important to me. This is where I lived for 18 months. Big part of my journey with recovery and Road to Recovery. I did a lot of things in this house. It's my home. Well, it's other guys' home now, but it's always going to be very important to me. I have pictures of this house hanging in my new home because I worked on a lot of stuff in this house. I rebuilt relationships with my family. I got my first letters back from my family, showing their support of me and encouragement. And that's the kind of stuff that these homes provide. A safe place where you're always going to have a roof over your head, where you've got, you can do your laundry, you can cook your food, you have continual support from all the other people in the house. And it's just an amazing way to set yourself up for success and to really embrace recovery and have it be that all-encompassing thing in your life that you need, you know, in order to obtain the quality of life and a life worth living sober. So, like I said, it's the flagship house. It first started in 2011. Got a great front porch here. You sit out here a lot and talk and joke. And let's go on inside and check it out. Faith, hope, and love. So here you can see, it's a pretty grand house. They kept a lot of the original moldings, columns, beams in here in the living room. Really congregate here at night or in the evenings, on the weekends, watching football. I didn't really watch football, but they got me into it a little bit. Watched a lot of movies, ate dinners in here as a you know, kind of a family. And it's just so weird every time I come to this house because I spent 18 months of my life here, and it's changed. Furniture's changed. We kind of switched stuff out for nicer stuff. Thank you to all of you who donate furniture to our program. As you can see, we have that lovely new dining room table. On the other side, we replaced an old tattered one. Anyway, yeah, there's some really cool stuff. These pocket doors pull out. I probably won't be able to get it to pull out right now, but just a really incredible old house. Like I said, we started this house in 2011 and bought it in 2015. And so now it is officially our house. We don't rent this house. So anyway, come on through. We do our house meetings here I think they changed the date, but I used to do mine every Sunday, 8:30 a.m. We sit up, get breakfast, and talk about our weeks, and just, you know, lift people up who may have been having a bad week, and talk about our goals and what we've accomplished and how our recovery's going. So come on through. This was my food cabinet right here. It's where all my food was. Now they keep cleaning products in there. Washing machine. We used to have a stackable one, but somebody donated some better, high quality washing machine and dryer. The dryer had to go downstairs because it was too big. Got a full bath down here. Big kitchen. Cooked a lot of meals on that stove. They all love to cook, so come down here every morning, get our coffee, go out back, sit out back, and play with the kitty cats that come around. We've got a basement down here, but we don't have to go down there. It's just a basement. You've seen a basement. Here's the little kittens that come and visit. And I'll tell you what, they're really good therapy. It's our house manager's room right in here. He kind of takes care of everything as far as makes sure people get their medications and support they need. Kind of oversees everything. And we have Dennis back there. What's he cooking?
Chili.
Making some chili?
Yeah, just a little taste test.
Yeah, well, why don't you take him upstairs and show him what's going on now that I don't live here anymore. I think I lived in almost every room though. I had 4 different rooms and I never had to live with anybody. I never had a roommate. Oh, I had a Brian for like 3 months. So I was lucky.
I've actually only lived in 2 rooms.
But you have your own room now?
Yeah.
Cool. You need all that space for your hair. I put some purple back in my hair because it started to fade, so I bought some product that purples it up for recovery.
Oh, wow.
I'll let you borrow some.
I told you, man, I got some spray and purple upstairs for you right now. And highlight it. And stand out a little bit more, too.
Go on.
Okay, well, I'll see. I guess y'all came through the dining room already. We're just headed upstairs. This is primarily where everybody in the house lives. It's on the upper floors.
Have fun now.
We got five bedrooms up here. All of them, but one room are double occupancy. this room, my room right here. Then we've got this one, the overflow bedroom right here. If you know certain situations arise, if we had to quarantine somebody or whatever, they have their own kind of separate space away from the rest of the community. Then we got another bedroom right there, another bedroom right there, and then this is the bathroom upstairs. Of course, both bathrooms are pretty much community living. You know, one's occupied, you take the other one. And the only other thing is the attic, which used to be also another bedroom, but things got changed up a little bit, so now it's just kind of more like a storage area, or, you know, there again, you know, if we have to separate somebody from the community, it still gives us an option to, you know, move somebody there if we have to.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this segment of Coffee Conversations with the Board. My name is Catherine Daniel, and I'm the Director of Communications here at Road to Recovery. And today I have our board member, Muriel Wiggles, with us today. So welcome.
Thank you.
So tell the audience a little about yourself.
I certainly will. My name is Dr. Muriel Nichols. Now, I always say it's like pickles, but with an M in the front. I am the Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs and Workforce Development at Central Virginia Community College. I am a proud mother of 3 wonderful and grown and independent children. And I am a member of the Roads for Recovery Board, and this is a wonderful board to be on.
All right. How long have you been on the board?
I've been on this board for, I think it's been 2 years now, but you know, when you're having fun, time flies quite fast, but this has been a good board, and I've been on it about 2 years.
Okay. And what about the R2R as an organization made you want to join the board?
Well, one thing about me is I am a servant leader. I like to say that I like to, my mission, I guess, and my vision in life is to help, to make a difference, to be a catalyst for positive change in the community and wherever I am. I want to make a difference, a positive difference in the lives of individuals who may need just a little bit of tender loving care, just a little bit of encouragement, just a boost to move forward. So being on this board, it was also a reason that I could continue my mission in life, and that is to be that servant leader that can help and make a difference in a positive way.
Alrighty. And what do you love most about being on the R2R board?
One thing I like about it is I think the diversity of the members on the board. They come from all walks of life, all kinds of experiences, young, old, you name it. I should say young or seasoned. But it's a very diverse board coming from many different areas. And there's many different perceptions and ideas and opinions that come from all of these different areas. So that's one of the things that I like. I also like the fact that this is a very organized board. Some of them, I've been on many of them, many boards, and some are organized, some are not. But very, very organized, very purpose-focused. And you see real results in the mission of R2R through the board membership. Mm-hmm. And it has been just a pleasure to be on a board like this. Also, the leadership of this board is just so wonderful. They are warm and friendly, inviting, and I've just had a really good time getting to know the board leadership.
Good. And so what does recovery mean to you?
To me, let me see. When I look at being on this board, and I can say that for me, I've learned a lot. Mm-hmm. I've never had alcohol, never drank alcohol. Mm-hmm. Never been really involved with it at all, except through my family and members in my community. During my youth, I saw a lot of alcoholism that I didn't realize that I thought as a young person that alcoholism was a choice. I didn't realize then that it was a disease. And as I grew and went off to college, I took this course in abnormal psychology. And I learned then about the disease of alcoholism and how devastating it is in the lives of the individuals who are addicted by this substance. I saw it firsthand in my own life, in my immediate family when I was growing up, and then in my extended family as well as in that community. But alcoholism was just a big deal. Once I understood about the disease of alcoholism, I looked at it a different way. And I looked at the individuals that I saw suffering from this disease in a different way. I felt more empathy and compassion for what they were going through. And it was an ugly thing. And I saw these wonderful, talented, marvelous people that were just devastated by this disease. Now there were some in my environment that were able to recover. And I have a great respect for those who were able to kick this disease that's always with you. It's not like you kick it and it goes away. There's always that pull for that alcoholism, that pull to pull you back into this ugly disease. So what is recovery? When I look at it and know about what I've seen in my environment, it is a wonderful, wonderful thing. It is wonderful to see. And I'm always rooting for individuals to say, I kicked this disease. I kicked it. I'm still fighting it. They always say that. But I understand so much better just by being more educated and learning more about the disease. And so recovery is wonderful. It is just the pinnacle. It's the pinnacle of helping those individuals to be all that they can be, because the disease is a destroyer. So recovery is a great thing.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your time as well. And so stick around and watch.
Good morning. My name is Peter Pennington. I am the Regional Director of Business Development for Mount Regis Center, located in Salem, Virginia. We are a substance use disorder facility, have been operating since 1947, providing alcohol and drug treatment for individuals in the area, around Virginia, even into North Carolina and Washington, D.C. I want to take this opportunity to thank Roads to Recovery for allowing us to speak with you today. We love our collaboration with Roads to Recovery. Sandy Cannell and all of her team has been fantastic in coordinating care with us. I want to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit about Mount Regis Center and the services that we do provide. We offer a 5-week treatment program that does include a medical detox if needed. We do detox for alcohol and benzos as well as opiates. We do provide clinical treatment throughout the whole program, including our residential treatment. After that, as well as the partial hospital level of care with off-site apartments. The goal in this is to help people recover and begin the recovery from substance use disorders. People that require that medical detox portion where they're sick from not having that drug that they need and they're dependent on it. We can help them get off that and curb that while having the clinical help, the social support systems, and programs of treatment with our classes that we offer while they're here. We do small process groups in the morning, a lot of the emotional things. We have crisis and trauma tracks. We have co-occurring tracks for people dealing with depression, anxiety, borderline personality disorder, and the like. We have a relapse prevention track for the people that continuously return to use and can't get through that. And we also have a young adult track here for the 18 to 27-year-olds that are in that after high school, not quite into life and understanding what that is and the issues that deal with that. Our afternoon groups that meet until 5 o'clock in the afternoon are educational. Everything from introducing them to 12-step groups, understanding what cognitive behavior therapies are. We do also bring in experiential therapy. We've done some survival treks. Without COVID, we go to the gym 3 or 4 times a week as well. We are providing a safe environment for COVID right now, and that's something I would like to show you as we take a virtual tour of Mount Regis Center, show you what we are, what we do, and how you can get in touch with us and help. I'd like to welcome you to our nurses station, which is right in the middle hub of Mount Regis Center. We do have 48 beds. That includes a medical detox if needed. We usually have half of our clients using some kind of medication to help them get through their withdrawals. So we have 2 windows here for them to be able to see the nurses. It's always open because we are open 24 hours a day. They get their vitals checked at least once a day. Right now with COVID precautions, we've not had any COVID positive cases as of yet. We are screening our clients 4 times a day for temperature checks and making sure that they're safe. We also have a lengthy preliminary screen up front, including medical records if needed, and have them being sent out for testing if they have any symptoms of COVID whatsoever. But this is available to everyone around the facility. We do have large groups and things, but as the patient rooms are down the hallways, this is an easily accessible area for them all around with 2 different medication windows and 2 different tech stations to provide that extra support that they need. Even after a medical detox, if they do need to see the doctor for any potential medication changes or not feeling well, or even looking into other medications on the back end to help them from cravings, they can see the doctor here every day and get the medical part that they need here while they do get the clinical piece of this as well. I would like to welcome you now to one of our clinicians' office. Jess has graciously agreed to let her sit in our office for a little while. We do have 6 primary counselors here that have caseloads. With 68 clients here, the caseload does not go above 12. We like that because we need that small group process interactions that the clinical team has for clients. When you're dealing with people that have suffering issues such as depression and anxiety, the individual counseling is a great time to work through that. Substance use disorder empirical evidence has said that small group processes tend to work more effectively, especially at the beginning of treatment for clients that we serve. So we have modeled our treatment 7 days a week, every day, beginning in the morning with small process groups. Now, every day, the counselor either meets with their own small group of clients that they have on their caseload, or we have 4 different specialty tracks that they can also be a part of. As I mentioned earlier, our young adult track, the co-occurring track, our crisis and trauma track, as well as our relapse prevention track. So the clients coming in tell us what they want to work on and what they want to have as part of their treatment plan, and we identify that as part of that going through, in addition with their medical needs that they have here. So the counseling offices have their own private offices. We do individual counseling once a week using motivational interviewing, helping them along the process of the stage of change to see how they can get to hopefully the actions phase of change where they can begin to implement the tools they've learned in treatment along their road of recovery. We also can contact referral sources if needed, provide them with weekly updates or anything they need. Any court cases that are coming up, because we do have some legal issues here that happen. Any employment issues that are going on, having FMLA paperwork, short-term disability, so they can hold their job while they're getting treatment. We are considered a hospital setting, a residential treatment type setting where it is medically necessary for them to be here. So if they can hold their job down while they are able to conduct treatment here. We also offer family education programs. Currently, it's all virtual right now with the COVID precautions that are out. But usually every Friday we have family that comes to have a family program of 8 hours to help them understand what problems are happening in the family dynamic. This is a family disease. What supportive is versus what is enabling. What the family can do to support the client while they're walking their own road of recovery. Introducing them to 12-step support groups such as Al-Anon and Families Anonymous so that this family can start to heal and recover while the client's recovering here. We also do family and group sessions, small groups in here for clients as well, working with the counselor and the spouse or the mom and the dad to really help them prepare themselves for this lifelong process of recovery. We also have recovery planners who meet with the counselors and the clients about recovery planning. What is your discharge plan going to look like? Are you going to be on anti-craving medications to really help you? What level of care is best going to suit your needs best? Is it going to be an intensive outpatient program? Is it going to be sober living? What can you do? Are you going to be working? Can you take off work? So we really work with the client from admission all the way through discharge, discussing how their program is going to look, what their treatment plan is going to look like, what changes need to be made through this, and what each specific client needs on their own individual treatment as they go through this journey of recovery. We're going to finish the tour outside, out back. We do have outside seating for people to come out here in between groups. We do allow smoking on the facility. Although we don't condone smoking, it is one thing at a time kind of thing. They're already dealing with so many issues coming in physically, emotionally, mentally. Sometimes that can provide a little bit of for them in between groups and at night. We do allow them to bring other things from home, such as guitars, keyboards, things like that. Very talented people. They come out here in the evening around the fire pit and play guitar and sing and just chit chat and have some fun. Learning how to have fun is very important in early recovery. We do have basketball goals here, bocce courts, so they can hang out. We even have the places where they can throw baseball or football while they're out here as well. Some of the experiential activities I told about, like going to the gym. We had done equine therapy in the past, AccuDetox, any other therapies we can bring in, music therapy, art therapy, to help them along their way. And as we get to the back of this and we understand that this is just the beginning of the road for them, I mentioned the recovery planning that they have a long journey ahead of them. This is just the beginning of treatment for them of recovery. We've spent a lot of resources in the business development department building close relationships with people outside of here across Virginia, North Carolina, and all across the nation, finding the next best level of care with them. This is how we got involved with Roads to Recovery and supporting them on their mission as they help people in treatment and in recovery in nearby Lynchburg. So I wanted to thank you for the tour and thank you for listening to what Mount Regis has. If you'd like to call us, our admissions team is available 24 hours a day at 540-389-4761, and just push option 1. You'll speak to someone anytime you call. Thank you, and I bless you on your journey.
On behalf of Roads to Recovery, we want to thank Peter and Mount Regis for all of their support for everything we've ever done at Roads to Recovery. And we want to tell everyone what a wonderful partner you are, and that we hope that everybody will refer their folks who need treatment to Mount Regis Center. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, welcome to this segment of Coffee Conversations with our board. My name is Brian Mead. I'm the Director of Development here for Roads to Recovery. Today we have Donnie's Farmer joining us, and just thank you for coming and welcome.
Thank you so much.
First off, Donnie's, could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. So as Brian said, I am Donnie's Farmer, and I am a wife and a mother of 2 young boys. I am a diversity and inclusion specialist with Gerard Financial. I'm originally from outside of Lynchburg, a small town out of the city. However, I have settled and have been living in Lynchburg for probably about 20 years now. And as I stated, I am a diversity and inclusion specialist, and I love the work that I do. It allows me to be able to tap into different sectors of our community in regards to diversity and inclusivity. I am things I like to do for fun. I like to travel. I like to shop when I have time. I like to read and spend time with my family. Those are very special things that are key to being me.
Sure, great, thank you. And just for everyone that to know, this is Donnie's. She is our newest board member, and so we just want to take a second just to welcome you to the board as well. I know we've done all that, but just so grateful to have you on board.
Thank you so much.
So having said that, how long have you been with us on our board?
Well, July 2020. So I probably am the newbie of the group. So
Great.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. What made you want to decide to join our board of directors? In other words, like, was there something specific about our organization that made you interested in being a member?
Absolutely. I think first of all, I come with a serving heart. I love serving my community. I am in other organizations within the community that allow me to be able to give back. Roads to Recovery is very special. Not just being able to give back to the community, but on a personal level, I have friends and family who have struggled with addiction and substance abuse, and throughout my years, I felt like I've been a supporter and helped them in any way that they could throughout their journey. But being able to serve with Roads to Recovery just brings it back full circle for me. Not only am I able to continue my help with them, with friends and family, and also to the community, but I get to again, expand on that and learn and grow and be able to share those things that I'm learning with them in their efforts to recovery. And it's just it's very special. It's very special when you can see someone when they're not at their best, but be able to help bring them back to becoming their whole selves, whatever that may look like. But getting back to maybe not who they were, but a better person in a different way. And so if I can be a part of that and help, then I know I'm in the right place.
Sure. Awesome. So being so new, this next question might be a little difficult, but what do you love most about being a Roads to Recovery board member? What is your favorite part about being a member of this organization?
I think the best part about being a member of this organization is the fact that board members are very active. They're very active with the peers within this organization. It's not a position where you would sit and have coffee or just talk about things for that time being. But every member is active, and I think that is one of the things that attracted me to this organization because I like to be very hands-on. I like to be in the know. I like to continue to learn and grow along the way, and I think that being a part of this organization and being a board member, not only would I be able to share my expertise, but I'm also learning.
Sure.
And so that was what really attracted me to being a board member of this organization.
That's great. And kind of lastly, a question that we ask ourselves and we ask of our peers is, what does recovery mean to us, or what does recovery mean to them? Along the same lines, like, what makes our mission meaningful to you?
I think what makes it meaningful will have to be opportunity. An opportunity for people to know that the road doesn't have to end. The road continues, right? And within that road, there is recovery, and the road can be a journey. It's, with hills and mountains, as we love, with the logos. But really that's so meaningful to a person's life, knowing that they're going to go through those challenges, they're going to go through those hills and those bumps, but you're on that road, and I think that is just so great. That is so great to me.
Opportunity. I really like that.
Absolutely.
That's something I never thought about that, what the opportunity Roads gave me 4 years ago. So that's a great way of putting it. Well, that's all I've got for the day. I just want to thank you again, welcome you again on board. Please stick around and continue to watch and wait for the next segment. Thanks, guys.
Here at Roads for 11 months.
Great. Where were you before you came to Roads to Recovery? What was your living situation?
I was a little bit of everywhere. I could have gone back home to my parents' house, but I was basically couch surfing and just staying wherever I could, staying out at the bars until like 3, 4, until I found somebody to crash with. So very unstable.
Okay. How did you feel before coming into Roads, and where were you in your battle with substance use disorder?
Before I came here, I had just finished up at Pathways Recovery Lodge. I did a 28 program there. I felt pretty good, but I was super nervous. I just knew I couldn't go back home. I wanted to give it a shot and see if it was really what everybody said it was. And so, it was mixed emotions. I was really scared, a little excited, and
Awesome. Had you ever been in a residential recovery program before, or was this like your first one where you lived?
This was first time for everything.
Okay. So after spending 11 months here, how do you feel about the possibility of long-term recovery?
much more excited than I was when I started. It seems more achievable. But you know, one day at a time. But it's nice, you know, you kind of get into the swing of, you know, forming new habits and everything. You know, don't need, you know, that lifestyle, and I don't know. You just kind of see what you can throw away so quickly.
Yeah. All right, great. Can you tell me about one short-term goal you might have right now and a long-term one?
So for short term, just getting caught up on my bills financially, and yeah, and then long term, eventually like to buy a house, you know, the next year or so.
Awesome. Have you discovered anything recently that makes you feel happy or content or calm?
I think it's just this whole being more aware of my emotions and being able to talk. Because that was something I didn't do before. I was very shut off, very closed out. And so I find that once I do just express, like even in the littlest of things, you know, irritation, anything that it does, you know, it just makes everything better. So self-care, all that good stuff.
Yes. Have you either rediscovered or discovered any activities that you enjoy while being in recovery?
Yeah, hiking. Love hiking. Longboarding, that was something I, you know, stopped doing. I, you know, play guitar a little bit. So those were things that I dropped off doing, you know, when I was really bad off. And so, yeah, it's been nice to slowly get back into that.
Yeah. Have you experienced like a high point recently in recovery?
Yeah. I just recently, you know, got a good opportunity to move into the apartment at the women's house, and I got a new car. So, you know, kind of you start to see the work pay off, and it's yeah, I really didn't think that any of that would happen, like even a month ago.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
it is nice.
That's great. What is one thing that you are proud of yourself for?
Staying sober. 100%, because there have been many times over, you know, even the past couple months where it's just so easy to just be like, you know, just one time, one drink, one whatever, and you know, realizing that it's just a momentary thing. It's, you know, it's not really what I want, and this clarity and this safe space here is a lot better. So
what is one thing you wish those that don't struggle with substance use disorder knew about it?
I think the biggest thing is that, you know, a lot of people, because I've heard it a lot too, a lot of people say, well, you know, you have a choice and you have a choice, and you don't have a choice. Not in active addiction. You know, I didn't have a choice then. That's all I knew. And you get this dark place where that's the only thing that works, and that's what you've made yourself believe. And until, you know, I guess you have the help, the proper help needed, or no, for me, you know, I found out that I have a choice now. I have a choice today. I can go back to that lifestyle, or I can continue on with this one where even though it's hard, it's still not as bad as, you know, my best day out there. So, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. You don't have a choice then.
If you could say one thing to someone struggling in substance use disorder, what would it be?
Be patient with yourself. You know, I beat the hell out of myself for years, and I should have done this, and, you know, this age, and, you know, this, that, and the other. But, you know, give yourself a break a little bit, and it's okay to ask for help. And you sure as hell don't have to do it alone. So.
And then, what wisdom would you share with your younger self?
Put the bat down. Because, yeah, that was my biggest thing. Yeah, just forgive myself a little bit.
Awesome. Now we're gonna transition into a couple of just random fun questions. If you had to be shipwrecked or on a deserted island, all your human needs were taken care of, like food and water and everything. What 2 items would you want there with you?
I guess, I mean, definitely definitely a book of some sort, a good book at least. And I don't know. It's so hard. I don't even know. I guess a good book, and I'd have to have like some kind of like my fidget cube. There we go. Yeah.
Awesome. And then lastly, if you had to choose between these two superpowers, which one would you choose? Being invisible or flying?
Flying, 100%. Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Amanda. Thank you for coming in and just answering these questions. It's your stories and others like these that are going to inspire people. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey everyone, we need 10 more donors during the next segment of Cooking for Recovery. And then we will draw a $100 gift card for downtown Lynchburg. And this is what it looks like. So to donate, use your phone's camera and scan the QR code below in this video. And also you can donate by going to the bottom of the page with the link or going to our Facebook page.
Today I'll be making chicken breast for my salad. I like to make my own, and you know, it's tastier this way, and I get to add a lot of ingredients to it. It's a simple salad, but it is delicious, not the same. So I'm gonna open up my chicken, give it a wash, and then slice it. So my chicken breast is all sliced up, and that's all what I'm gonna use to season it. I hope I'm able to sorry, multitask. I have no measurement. I go with, you know, how it looks to me. So use your own discretion, right, to do this. So this is, it has to, chicken breast doesn't have a lot of taste, so you want to be able to give it some type of taste. Now I'm adding my lemon pepper to give it a zest. I'm not gonna put a lot on this one, just a little, and then close. The next thing I'm going to put is a little bit of salt. I would hope that you'd measure this with your hands. I'm doing this because it's taken me a long time, you know, to perfect stuff like this, so I know how much is too much and how much is too little. The next thing I'm going to add to my chicken breast is Italian style herb. Just a little bit of this and that. You see, I like a lot of spice to my food, a lot of taste to it, so that it's not boring. Our salad doesn't have to be boring, and our chicken doesn't have to be boring, and you know. And finally, for a kick, this is my ground cayenne pepper. I am going to dabble a lot. You don't have to put this one at all if you don't feel comfortable doing that, but I am. Finally, I'm going to add my olive oil. It is a healthier option than vegetable oil, and so use it as liberally as you want. I like to give it a lot of spread so my chicken breast comes out juicy. Now I'm going to massage all of this together. I'm going to massage them until I feel stick. I'm going to massage until it all coats together. And I'm going to keep doing that. I put some olive oil on my pan so that it doesn't stick. I'm doing the same thing for two. It seems I have a lot of chicken and I want them to actually cook evenly, so I'm going to go ahead and give it that stir and put it over there and see. I'm going to do that for all of them. So now I'm going to go ahead and toss my chicken breast into the oven, and I'm going to let this cook for approximately 25 to 30 minutes. I'm going to come back to check it until it is slightly brown before I take it off. It's exactly 25 minutes and my chicken looks like this. And I'm going to bring the second one out. looks like that, which is ready to go in my salad bowl. I have the finished product of my chicken breast and my salad. Thank you.
Welcome to the Women's Oak Ridge House. We're going in for a tour. Okay, but this here is the living room. This is April.
Hey.
Okay. Over here is our dining room. This is where we have all of our house meetings every Friday. In here is our kitchen. We usually do a lot of dinners together. This is Robin. And then right through here are two of our bedrooms, along with some storage space here with our closets. We have a bathroom here for the upstairs. And go down here. So, okay. And then right this way leads to the basement. Where we have two more, and this is Lauren.
Hi.
And through here is our washer dryer, along with another shower bathroom. Okay. And that's our house. We love it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Coffee Conversations with our board members. Today we have our board president, Greg Sullivan, with us. So we just want to thank you for taking time to come in. These segments are very vital to letting our viewers know about what a board member, what their job entails, and it's great to get to know you all. So thank you for coming in.
Sure.
We've just been starting everyone off with can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I was a longtime educator, also a school administrator for Lynchburg City Schools. Retired in 2013. Then did some work over for Lynchburg College. Went into industry for a couple of years to help out a friend who needed some assistance with his business, and wrapped that up with a little bit of work with the community college just recently. So been able to enjoy retirement, but also keep myself busy so I don't get in trouble with my wife.
That's great.
Okay.
So how long have you served as a board member for Roots to Recovery?
I believe it was February of 2017 that I came on board, and the following year, the board, for whatever reason, saw fit to elect me as the board chair, and so I served in that capacity as president for 2 years now.
Okay, great. Have you ever been a part of any other board of directors, or if this was your first time, what made you decide to join Roots to Recovery?
Well, as a matter of fact, I've been, by count, this would be my fourth board that I've been a part of. I was a member and president of the Future Focus Foundation Board, which is an educational focus K-12 mission. I also served as president of the Region 2000 Technology Council for a number of years. And then currently, to represent Roads to Recovery, I sit as a member of the Virginia Association of Recovery Residences Board. So that's given us some really good opportunities to get our footprint enlarged by efforts with them. I became involved with this organization. I think it was through an interview from a former employee, and met with Sandy for lunch and just fell in love with Sandy in the beginning. Of course, who doesn't?
Yeah.
But anyway, it just was a very easy decision to get involved with the organization, and I haven't regretted any of it, and in fact have just really enjoyed being a part of this organization.
Sure. Yeah, we definitely enjoyed you being on the board and the board president. You know, CMB cannot speak highly enough of you just as far as what you bring to the table. So we're very grateful for you. So what do you love most about being a part of Roads to Recovery? What's your favorite aspect of this organization?
Wow, it's kind of hard to pin it down to one. I would say first and foremost for me is the opportunity to be associated with such a wonderful group of people. Frankly, like the two people that are seated in this room, just a wealth of talent, a wealth of empathy, a wealth of knowledge as far as working with people who are in recovery. It's so important, but it's one thing to work at a position, but it's another thing to just so much enjoy the people that are associated with it. It doesn't make it work. It's something that you want to go with. The results are the other thing that I've seen. I mean, we see the tragedy of people that return to use, but those people who truly take advantage of the services and the opportunities that we offer for people in recovery, just to see the transformation is remarkable. I've been a part of this, the recovery community for a number of years, 10 years or so, and to see people who are on the staff who came in with an active addiction and have made a complete turnaround and are now enjoying being a part of this and giving back to others what was given to them.
Sure. You've kind of stepped in and helped with our R2R outdoor program. You helped me get that organized. Tell everybody a little bit about that program.
The outdoor program was established to essentially give the current peers in our program an opportunity to enjoy some things, hopefully lifelong experiences regarding outdoor programs that they can learn to do, much like I had to learn, that could be done without taking a six-pack along with you, that things can be very enjoyable and just enjoying being there with yourself or with others. So consequently, we're looking at actually expanding the program now, but it involves camping, hiking, fishing, anything outdoors that not only do they participate in, but hopefully we can give them some skills of something as simple as how to pitch a tent, how to cook a breakfast out in the campsite, how to properly outfit a fishing pole rig, what baits do you use for certain fish, those types of things, even on into how to feather a canoe when you're paddling. So it's those types of things. But the other more important aspect is the camaraderie established. We recently went on what turned out to be a 15-mile hike, which was an adventure, but especially with people that were considerably younger than I am. And but it was just wonderful. And to hear folks say, I've never done this before, I've never had an opportunity to do this, was all it took to make you want to stay involved in that and provide other opportunities for folks.
Yeah,
So,
I think you touched on, both aspects are so important in that program. A lot of people might not realize that, like, what importance could like the outdoor program when it comes to recovery, but it's all about learning through in recovery. And so it just teaches so much. And like you said, and building those relationships is just as important as learning about outdoor stuff. So, and I also wanted to mention, your wife is also getting involved and helping out with our new, our health initiative, our health program, and she's going to help do some cooking classes, some healthy cooking classes.
I have been the welcome beneficiary of her testing program for some of the recipes, whatever. And yes, I think that's a wonderful example, Brian, because she's got it set up that basically through some simple shopping with some simple items, it's creating meals that can be basically start with a base and be adapted to provide meals through the week.
Sure.
I wish I had that when I was a bachelor, because you would have been able to help me out a lot on that. You did key me on one other item that we want to talk about, is that we received a really nice grant for $5,500 from Bass Pro Shops. And we have consulted our peers and the administration to help us kind of develop even further opportunities for participation, even with our female peers and whatever. So we are expecting, we've already provided them with a list of things, and it's simple things like tents and sleeping bags, fishing gear, those types of things that individuals can have, so they don't have to sleep in a large tent with other people. They can have the privacy of being in their own tent. And so we also have what we're hoping is working on a grant with Bikes Unlimited to provide opportunities for our peers and to go biking. I mean, our proximity here in the building to the Blackwater Creek Trail. So it doesn't necessarily have to be pack up a huge amount of things and go hiking into the woods. It can be a simple day activity of donning one of these day packs we're getting and taking a walk out to Percival Island or getting on a bike and going.
Yeah, and that's a great point. You know, if there's anybody watching that has a local business or anything like that that would like to partner with Roads to provide, you know, a level of, you know, something that these men and women don't get to do every day. You know, we're just so appreciative of that. And thank you for pointing out for Bikes Unlimited and Bass Pro. So the last question I have for you is something that we ask ourselves that are in recovery and that work here, and also we ask of our peers. What does recovery mean to you?
Yeah, recovery is, it's a lot of things. To me, it's hope. That's a huge thing. And I don't think people really understand sometimes how powerful hope is. Because I've been in a point in my life where things did seem hopeless. And it's easy to get to that point where you just have nothing to grab onto. And to see people come in here and be assured that there is hope, and to see them respond to that hope and to grow it and to give it away, that is just an amazing thing. And I think the opportunity for community engagement in this program is another thing. It's we met today with a church leader who has given his activities room in the basement to provide an opportunity for people to gather who are in recovery because of the amount of buildings that are closing down now. And so the proximity to the parking lot and a nice closed space, but that's the kind of response that we get from people because they understand how important this organization is, how important recovery is. And from what I understand, I didn't even know it today, but the Holy Trinity Lutheran Church over off of Rivermont Avenue is also instrumental in providing startup food and kits for. So it should come as no surprise that Pastor Roberts over there and his council said, absolutely, you know, we'll provide a meeting space for you. So, and I've often said it before, I carry my business card with me, and invariably, if I'm out and about and we're going to purchase, as my wife Wendy gets furniture and things like that for this, that if you talk about what this is for and what we're purchasing it, and I have a card available, it's got to be close to 90 to 100% of people somehow have a story to share about someone in their family, either immediate family or past family, that had an issue with some type of a substance use disorder. So it's a wonderful thing to be able to, you know, pass that along and continue the hope to say, you know, just give us a call, and if we can't do it, we know who can, because we are trying to serve as a clearinghouse for people who are interested in finding more information about recovery.
Yes, definitely. Hope is that's my go-to for here as well. So, this concludes this session of Coffee Conversations with our board member. Thank you again to Greg. We're just so appreciative of you and all our board members. And please stick around and watch some more segments with us.
Hey, my name is David Lewis. I am the men's recovery coach and program coordinator at Road to Recovery. And most importantly, I am a person in long-term recovery. And what that means for me is I haven't found it necessary to use alcohol or any other mind-altering substance since October 9th of 2018. I'm originally from Princeton, West Virginia, and I was using alcohol and mind-altering substance since the age of 13. By the time I was 24, my life became completely unmanageable. I was drinking every day and I was using mind-altering substances very frequently. Right before I went to treatment for my first time, my mother had completely given up on me. I was homeless. I was hopping from couch to couch. I was sleeping in my car. And then my mother, it started to get cold, and then she let me stay one night, and then I promised her to go to treatment. And then I attempted a suicide. I went to a psychiatric hospital. And then right after that, she sent me to Florida. She said, if you want to live with me, you got to go to treatment. So I went to a treatment center in Florida, and I was there for about 4 months. And then after that, I did not want to go back to West Virginia, so I came here to Virginia, and I lived in Bedford for about 4 years. Bedford is where I was introduced to 12-step fellowships and a pretty large recovery community. I started coming here to Lynchburg sometimes to go to meetings, some events. I actually came to a Roads to Recovery event at one point, and I didn't really know too much about Roads to Recovery. So through those 4 years I lived in Bedford, I was going in and out of the 12-step fellowships. I was collecting some recovery time, and then I would think that I had it under control, and then I would a couple different times. And then after the last time I was in recovery, I had to go to jail for a DUI, and I went in there 4 months of recovery, and then right after I got out, I went straight back to drinking. Some things happened in my personal life, and I found it necessary to use it as an excuse to drink. In just a short time of 2 weeks, I was homeless again. I was completely broke. I had nowhere to go. And then that's when I reached out to Roads to Recovery. The first 30 days was pretty blurry, confusing, but I started working. I started going to meetings again. And day by day, life just started getting better. The most important thing that I did was not pick up the first substance. And then I just started learning more about myself. I started learning that the community that I was in was the most important thing for my recovery, because the connection was key for me. And so that's when I started volunteering at recovery services and helping adolescents with recovery. And then that's when I got involved in peer support. And I took a training to become a peer recovery specialist. And once I completed that training, not long after Roads to Recovery offered me a job, and it completely changed my life. Now I work here as a program coordinator and men's recovery coach, and I help with admissions. I help men develop a recovery management plan. And because of that, and with my recovery involved and everyone else's around me recovery involved, I live a life that is beyond my wildest dreams. I don't know. I really give my life to Roads to Recovery, and I would do anything for them, and that's why I'm sharing my story, and that's why I am here every day with my shirt on and my smile, and I'm ready to get the day started and help with your recovery. Thanks for letting me share.
Hey everybody, I'm Brian Mead. I'm the Director of Development here at Roads to Recovery. We're doing some virtual tours of our house, so y'all are going to get a rare glimpse at the inside of all our recovery homes. So I'd like to welcome you all to the Rivermont house. Come on in. All right, first up we have our living area. This house is got the largest living area. Obviously, it's very nice for the guys. Got a good TV area over here, and then they even have a pool table, which is, something, a nice little treat for these guys. And gives them something to gather around and have fun while staying sober. Downstairs we have 2 bedrooms. One of the bedrooms is the house manager's bedroom, and then they share a bathroom. Follow me upstairs and look at the rest of the bedrooms. You will not get to see any of the inside of the bedrooms today, but so this house has had some renovations in the past where they added some more bedrooms up here on the 2nd floor. Over on this side we have 2 bedrooms, and then we have 2 more bedrooms and a bathroom down that hallway as well. All right. Follow me, we'll head back downstairs. All right, we're going to go into the kitchen here at Rivermont. This is where a lot happens here. Well, obviously, when you have a lot of peers living in a house, you got guys cooking all the time. You're going to see refrigerators all over the place. I'm going to always talk about the refrigerators because it's something that was always funny to me when I was in the program. Here's our laundry room and our pantry, and another refrigerator. Coffee maker, obviously, that's a big deal for all of us. We have a nice little screened-in porch back here for the guys to hang out on, and it's got another refrigerator. Then we've also got a garage out back that we use for storage, and they've even got a grill here, and they have some outdoor furniture where the guys like to hang out too. Like I said, we have plenty of storage, so if anybody has anything they'd like to donate furniture-wise or anything like that, we're always accepting donations, and we're so appreciative of them. Come back on in. Come over here to, all our houses have an area where we keep sign-in sheets, sign-in, sign-out sheets. We have a bulletin board here with any kind of news, or right now a lot of it has to do with COVID-19, so we can try to make sure the guys know about meetings and they know how to stay safe in this time. The sign-in, sign-out procedures is what we use, is one of the tools we use for keeping accountability. The guys always do a great job of letting us always know where they are. This house has a very large basement. We don't do anything down there except for use it for storage. Actually, this house does also have some workout equipment down there. So again, if you have any kind of furniture or any kind of workout equipment that you'd like to donate to us, we're always accepting donations, and like I said, we're just so appreciative of that. So then last, we have our dining area. This area is primarily used for our weekly house meetings. So the guys come in and everybody has to attend, and that's where they just kind of talk about what's going on in the house. It's a great time for them to kind of talk about what might be bothering them, because I don't know who.
I'm the administrative assistant at Rose to Recovery, and also a peer at Rose to Recovery.
Great, thanks, Eddie. So where were you before you came to Rose to Recovery? What was your living situation?
Before I came to Rose to Recovery, I was at Edom Home, a rehab. It's a good place, and I was sent here.
Okay, great. So how did you feel before coming into Rose? Where were you in your battle with substance use disorder?
Before I came to Rose, I was nervous, skeptical. I thought it was just like any other rehabs, a residential program. But they opened their arms and with a smile and helped me with my substance abuse.
Awesome. Have you ever been in a residential recovery program before?
Many of them.
Okay. What was different about Rhodes?
Well, Rhodes Recovery really helped me. They gave me suggestions, and I followed them. They have many programs here, resources, and the staff and my peer mates, they are very nice.
Great. So after spending about 14 months here, how do you feel about the possibility of long-term recovery?
Long-term recovery already started for me by working here. That was my goal. My since I've been helping with the Rhodes Recovery and volunteering for about a year, I knew that I wanted to work here.
Okay, great. Can you tell me about, you just mentioned a goal, can you tell me about a short-term goal that you have right now?
My short-term goal is to stay sober.
Awesome, yes. Most important one right there. How about a long-term goal?
Long-term goal, hopefully I can learn something about this organization and follow the footsteps of the other peers.
Have you discovered anything recently that makes you happy or content?
Well, recently I discovered that I can get along with anyone and with respect and getting the respect back and meeting different people almost every day.
Have you rediscovered any activities lately that you enjoy doing while in recovery?
Oh yes, I play the piano. I draw a lot. I went to school for drafting, and I did help Rhodes Recovery with some floor plans for the purpose of security, and I enjoy doing it.
You did a great job. Have you had anything happen recently that was a high point for you? I might know this one.
Oh, well, a high point. I decided that I want to pursue my career going back to school. That's a high point for me.
Great. What is one thing that you're proud of yourself for today?
Oh, I'm proud of being a member of Rhodes Recovery.
Great. We're happy to have you. What is one thing that you wish you could tell someone that doesn't struggle with substance use disorder? What is one thing you wish that they knew?
Don't get involved with illegal drugs and choose wisely your friends.
If you could say one thing to someone struggling that's already in substance use disorder, what would it be?
Quit now before it's too late.
Great. And lastly, what wisdom would you share with younger you?
Finish your education, pursue happiness, and love your family.
Wow, those are three pretty great things, Eddie.
Yes.
Well, that's all we've got for today. Thank you so much for doing this for us, and we're so happy to have you around here, Eddie.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
I'm happy to be here.
Bye.
So here we are, my friend and Rhodes Recovery board member, so excited to see her. I haven't seen her in a while, thanks to COVID and all that good stuff. And so, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing really good.
Good.
So, we can dive right in and just ask you why roads? What about Roads to Recovery pulled you in the direction of wanting to be on the board here? And we're thankful that you are, very thankful.
My brother died of an overdose 3 years ago this month. And after he died, we had dealt with his addiction for 23 years. And after he died, I decided I wanted to do something to hopefully help others who were struggling with some of the things that he had struggled with. And I looked into a few organizations in Lynchburg and developed a good rapport with Sandy, and Roads to Recovery was it.
Well, that's awesome. I already confess to know most of your story when it comes to that. But I don't know if I've ever asked you specifically what your brother's addiction, what toll it took on your family. How is a family affected as much? I know when I was in my addiction, I just blamed my family instead of really, now I realize what I put them through. But I don't think I've ever asked you or really that many people.
I think it definitely compromised his relationships with my parents and with me. And I know with a lot of his friends and a lot of our extended family members, just because I don't think we really understood what he was dealing with. And I think it's perceived by people who are in the throes of dealing with a loved one who is suffering from addiction as a very selfish disease. And it was, I think, easy to write it off as he's selfish. I don't want to be around him. He's making choices that are hurting me and benefiting him. Which is part of the reason that I think I wanted to join forces with something like Roads, because I wanted to understand it, and I wish I had taken those steps when he was still here. But I think it's a disease that you don't understand until you've been through it and seen what it does. But yeah, I think relationships were the big thing. Family functions were hard because you never knew which version of him was going to show up. So yeah, I have friends who I still struggle with because they didn't understand him and what dealing with him did to me growing up.
I bet it was hard.
Yeah.
I certainly know, say family functions, all that. I used to say that was probably when it was like holidays and stuff like that, when people say it's so hard for an addict to get through those days. But I kind of think I drank or used less drugs on those days just because I knew I had to be around a lot of people and I didn't want to make a spectacle of myself or my family. But what are your views on the disease of addiction now that you've really immersed yourself in Roads to Recovery and just learning that stuff? I mean, you're a doctor for being sick, so you know. But.
Right. I think I have a better understanding now of it wasn't that he was making selfish decisions. It was that he was doing what he had to do to keep himself going and, feed the addiction that he was suffering from. I think it's a lot easier to understand when you're not in the middle of it and when it doesn't feel personal and doesn't feel like something you're doing battle with every day. I think I have a better understanding now of the fact that it wasn't easy for him and he wasn't making easy decisions.
Do you think medical professionals, like you went through med school and all that, do you think they spend enough time during your schooling and study focusing on the disease of addiction? Do you think it's kind of just overlooked a little bit?
I have been out of residency for 14 years now. So I think probably as we, as a society, understood the issue with addiction better, I think hopefully now things are better than they were back then. And I can't speak to what they do now, but I can say back then that no, not enough time, or not any time really, was spent on addiction and discussing what it, we certainly discussed individual drugs and what they do and what problems they can cause and so forth, but actually dealing with addiction, certainly not much.
Yeah, I get that.
Time.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? Now that, we're trying to get, recovery as possible out there, addiction is, a disease that, you can get under control. I'm living proof of that. I never thought it was possible. I really didn't. I thought my life was over at 45 years old. I just thought it was over. I'm never going to be able to do this. And, having board members such as yourself who give of themselves and, put a face and a spotlight on substance use disorders and recovery. I like talking about recovery more than I like talking about the addiction. But of course, the recovery comes along hand in hand with that. And I interviewed Julie before, and I don't know if I've ever really told you eye to eye how much I sincerely appreciate the time that you invest. And I know you're a busy woman and dealing with this COVID and all of its craziness and time constraints, and the fact that you show up for something like this, the board meetings, taking the time to get to know me, it means a lot. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I admire you for, taking something traumatic and upsetting and, like your brother's overdose, but doing something positive with it instead of, if more people could do that and really just reach out and try to do something to understand and to promote recovery in this organization that, it's really, working to get its name out there, that we're here to help people. It's just really important. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Dennis Murphy. My recovery date was 3/19/19. My arrival date at Rose to Recovery was 6/14/19.
Awesome. Thanks, Dennis. So where were you before you came to Rose Recovery? What was your living situation?
Well, I'd upgraded a little bit. I moved out of a motel room into my sister's basement.
All right.
But, still not exactly the ideal situation.
Sure. How did you feel before coming into Rhodes? Where were you in your battle with substance use disorder?
Before I came to Rhodes, I was kind of trying to figure out a lot of things. I just got out of rehab, went there for 84 days. So, I was still pretty shaky, to say the very least.
Yeah. Had you ever been in a residential recovery program before, like where you lived in a sober house or anything like that?
No, sir. This is 47 years old, and this is the first time I've attempted any of this.
So after being here in Rhodes for 15 months, how do you feel about the possibility of long-term recovery?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good. Good lifestyle. I like it.
Yeah. Awesome. Can you tell me about one short-term goal you have right now and one long-term goal?
Short term, kind of horrible at making goals. My house manager's always on me about that. I guess, maybe get a little more financially stable.
Okay.
Kind of relearn how to handle my finances
Yeah.
like a grown adult usually does.
Yeah.
Long term, eventually move out, have my own place.
Awesome. Have you discovered anything recently that makes you feel happy or content or calm?
Not really recently, but I mean over the past year or so, you know, little bits and pieces along the way, and you know, I just kind of hang on to that and you know go with it. Maybe expand on something that started out, you know, something just small, you know, small just to help me through the day. And take and run with it now.
Awesome. Have you rediscovered any activities that you maybe used to do when you were in active addiction that now you're enjoying being sober?
Oh yeah, definitely. Mountain bike riding. I went night zipline the other day and actually talked a friend of mine at work into going up there with me. So his birthday's coming up, and we're gonna get together and go up there and zip line together. You know, walking out on the trails. You know, chilling. I know one thing I found out that I don't ever think I was into, but I like playing cornhole. That's probably one of the very first things I did in recovery that I didn't know I liked. It was fun.
Good deal. Have you experienced anything recently that was like a high point for you?
Probably almost actually every day I go to work.
Yeah.
I went to work the other day and boss man told me, "See, you know, I need to talk to you before you leave." And I'm like, "Oh, what did I do now?" Typical thinking, you know. What did I not do? What did I do? Either one was just as bad. And you know, he was like, "You know, how many hours you getting?" I told him. He's like, "No, we got to do something about that. You know, you're not. I'm pretty sure you know you probably could use the money. You know, we really enjoy having you here. So you know, if I can help you out and both, you know, help you out, it helps us out. You know, it's like a you know a daily thing. You know, I love going to work, and you know, my boss is always you know telling me you know he loves having me there, and you know apparently it kind of bleeds over into the rest of the kitchen. You know, like, you know, I actually bring you know a little bit of light to the room, and it kind of helps our brow shine a little bit.
Definitely. What is one thing that you're proud of yourself for today?
Getting almost 18 months. Actually being willing to take a chance and change. I don't know, there's a lot of things.
What is one thing that you wish that people that don't struggle with substance use disorder knew about this disease?
The 12 steps.
Yeah.
No, I guess honestly, I wish, you know, normal people understood, you know, the struggles and, you know, what it's like to actually live through, you know, a lot of what I've lived through and still try to maintain and have some kind of, you know, resemblance of a normal life.
If you could say one thing to someone struggling with substance use disorder, what would it be?
I don't know, probably just have a little faith. To believe in the system that I fought against. It does work.
That's good stuff. What wisdom have you learned since being in recovery that you would share with the younger you?
Don't drink, go to meetings and call your sponsor.
Yep, short and sweet. All right, now I've got a couple kind of goofy questions for you. What is your favorite food favorite movie, and favorite band.
Favorite.
Favorite food.
Okay, favorite food.
Favorite movie,
and
favorite band.
My favorite food? Probably chili.
Okay.
You know, hot is it better. If it takes pain off, I'll eat it. I know. Favorite movie? Fast and Furious.
Okay.
The original part 1.
All right.
Favorite movie? Oh no, let's say it.
Favorite band.
Favorite band? You know, I don't really, honestly, at this point, think I've got a favorite band. I like music in general.
Okay.
It can, you know, sometimes, you know, I listen to something and throw my mood off, but sometimes it heightens it up. But, you know, I learned how to listen to more motivational music.
Yeah.
It may not be entirely Christian based, but
Yeah.
you know, it's not, you know, half the country songs out there, you know, something died, you know, the car got repossessed, your wife left you, and nothing like it.
Yeah.
So changed it up a little bit.
All right. This one is really. Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or 1 horse-sized duck?
Actually, I'd like to have the horse-sized duck.
Okay.
I'm fixing to ride it.
There you go. Awesome. Well, just thank you so much for coming in today, Dennis, and sharing, you know, just a little bit of your recovery story with everybody. Your story can, you know, might just help one person that tunes in and watches. So we just really appreciate you coming in, bud.
I appreciate y'all too.